won't fade. Through the noise, I'll carve my path. Won't be swayed by hollow wrath. In my truth, I'll take a bath. Unfornicated clears the aftermath. Unfornicated won't be played. Won't be played. There's twisted games I ain't afraid. I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade.
Joe, the odds are slim since I've been talking to myself for the last fucking 45 minutes. I have a great recording of me over the last 45 minutes that I thought was being broadcast. So, yeah, welcome to my world. Happy Thursday, everybody. Holy shit. Okay. How's everyone doing? Those who've stuck around, thank you. My deepest apologies for being 53 minutes late because I've been talking to myself for the last 53 minutes thinking it was being broadcast. Because my mouse, my wireless mouse that I thought was charged, wasn't. Therefore, it didn't go to click go live. And when I realized that my mouse wasn't working and I plugged it in so I could use it for the presentation, didn't occur to me to check to see if that button over there was pressed. Oh, fuck me. Well, you know what? Better late than never. Holy shit. Okay. Well, tonight's gonna be a little different. I've been on the phone all day, so my throat's a little sore, and I've been talking for the last 50 minutes to myself. So, and that's including the last 5 of me swearing with the microphone muted. All right. Yeah, something to look back at and laugh at. That's definitely sure. Yeah, I'll just play the recording. I'll get up and walk away. I'll come back in when it's done. You know, actually, I kind of wanted that recording anyway. So the funny thing, I was almost done. I was almost done with it. So you know what, dude? We call that rehearsal, right? That works. Yeah? Okay. I don't care if you don't agree with me. I'm calling it rehearsal. Professional streamer, all right, yeah. Sign me up. So, hold on a moment here. I've now since added, I didn't have rum in this before. I definitely have it in it now. Let's get started, shall we? All right. Welcome back to Unfornicated, the channel of professional streamers, where we don't just pull back the curtain, we rip the whole goddamn thing down. We set it on fire, and we use the ashes to draw dick pics on conspiracy boards. Tonight's going to be a little different, in case you didn't notice. No flat earthers, no moon hoaxers, No harp humpers blaming cloud cover on government mind control and earthquakes. Instead, we're doing a deep dive into something that's very close to home for me. And that is my old job when I enlisted in the U.S. Navy. And the insane, underrated legacy of cryptologic warfare. Insane is the right word. It's right. Trust me. You'll come to agree. No bullshit, just history, foul language, and a few uncomfortable truths that the Pentagon might prefer we keep rather boring. Well, we won't. Now, nothing classified. This is all stuff that you can find out on the interwebs. But most people don't even know what to look for. And that's the purpose of today's stream. Now, before anyone gets too confused, this means we're not technically unfucking any stupidity tonight. But don't worry, we're still going to kick logic in the dick when necessary. We're in fucking ignorance tonight about the unsung, underpaid, and overcaffeinated weirdos who made victory possible from the shadows. And if you think this is just nerds scribbling in basements, think again. We're talking about rooftop renegades, jazz musicians turned codebreakers, and outlaws in and out of uniform who didn't ask permission to save the world. Now, we're going to do a little bit of this. Ta-da! Here we go. Now, most of those in chat have been around stream, know me pretty well, have heard my story, but if you happen to cross this video for your first time, or this is your first time in my stream, welcome to the chaos. I'm Dano, your host, your guide, and former secret squirrel. I served in the U.S. Navy as a cryptologic technician, which basically means I got paid to spy on signals, sit way too close to radios, and play what the actual fuck was that noise for a living. I did multiple deployments, survived the acronym jungle of military intelligence, and by some tactical alignment of luck, paperwork, and just not getting caught, I earned an honorable discharge. So yeah, I've actually lived this stuff. I've experienced it. And tonight, I'm going to pull back that kind of classified curtain of mystery on the part of the Navy that most people never hear about, because that was the point. So for those who are wondering what my rating was in the Navy, it was actually Cryptologic Technician Communications. Now, Cryptologic Technician has modern time 5 branches, and they all have very specific missions. My mission specifically was about ensuring that our communications were encrypted and weren't intercepted as much as possible. But there's other ones who did administrative work for things like security clearances, maintenance people who fixed the cryptologic gear that broke down because, well, it's the military and it was paid and it was built by the lowest bidder. We also had analysts or collections who basically took the intercepts and did the code breaking part of that. And then we also had what we call interpretive, which is our linguists. Now, let's kind of, before we start time traveling backwards into cryptology, if you're going to appreciate the chaos that is cryptology, you kind of need to understand what cryptology actually is. And really, it's 2 halves of one glorious, nerdy mindfuck. So let's start with a few definitions first. Cryptology is made up of 2 main components. I mean, And if you're in the business of spying, securing, or screwing with communications, you're living in one or both of these. Now, the first one is cryptography. This is the art of keeping secrets. This is the build a vault with numbers side of the house. This is where encryption happens, which is take human talk and turn it into gibberish. And decryption, where you take the same gibberish on the other end and turn it back into human talk. Ciphers, which is the math sorcery behind it all. That's what makes it gibberish. Keys, which is a secret sauce that makes your cipher special. And protocols, which is just fancy rules, so to say. You know, like if your Wi-Fi isn't encrypted, then you're a goddamn amateur kind of mentality. Now, the other side of the house is what we call crypto analysis. This is the art of breaking secrets. Now, this side of the house, we're talking chaos. This is where you go to crack the code without the key and laugh maniacally while the other guy panics or, better yet, doesn't even know. Yes, Emma, that's exactly what happened. I had the stream encrypted and none of you had the key. Now, some of the aspects of crypto analysis is cipher breaking. This is like hunting for patterns like a bloodhound on espresso. Traffic analysis, where you're learning from when and how messages are sent, even if you can't read them. Brute force attacks, which is the equivalent of smashing the code like a caveman using a supercomputer as a club. And then side channel attacks, which are a little more nuanced. These are exploiting every sloppy shortcut that your enemy thought you wouldn't notice. Now, put those two halves together and you get cryptology. Think of it as cryptography builds the wall. Crypto analysis digs under it. And hopefully no one knows anyone was ever there. That's how you protect your secrets and ruin your enemy's day. So now that your brain's warmed up, and I've already gone through this now a second time, let's hop in the time machine and head back to the Roaring 20s. A time when America was high on jazz, bathtub gin, and not giving a single shit about tomorrow. But somewhere along the roaring parties and flapper skirts, something else was happening, something much quieter, hidden, but very important. A bunch of guys went up to the roof of the federal building and changed the goddamn world. Meet Herbert Yardley. He is the OG codebreaker and government shitster. Before the NSA, before Bletchley Park, there was Yardley. He ran what was called the Black Chamber. It was officially known as MI8, but let's not pretend that bureaucracy ever sounded that cool. It was America's first peacetime. You know what? I made that same mistake the first time I ran this through, but you guys didn't see it. It was America's first peacetime code-breaking unit. And this was where did this basic operation of strategic espionage set up shop? In the middle of downtown fucking Manhattan. Because if you're going to intercept global secrets, why not do it from the city that never sleeps? Especially when the Western Union international telegram cables were flowing right through the city like cheap gin in a speakeasy. From 1917 to 1929, Yardley and his crew decoded foreign diplomatic messages, ruined carefully crafted lies, and occasionally gave the State Department a goddamn aneurysm. We're talking cracking Japanese and European diplomatic traffic, unmasking espionage plots, and sending decrypted bombshells up the food chain, sometimes faster than leadership could decide how not to deal with them. And how did this all end? Well, enter Secretary of State Henry Stimson, who took one look at the Black Chamber's work and clutched his pearls so hard they shattered. In 1929, he shut the whole goddamn thing down with this now infamous and jaw-dropping, naive line. Gentlemen don't read each other's mail. Which sounds polite until you realize that mail in this case means top-tier diplomatic secrets. And yes, gentlemen absolutely did read each other's mail. Good ones broke the seal. Great ones make a copy. Legends do it without the recipient ever knowing. So what did Yardley do now that he was unemployed? Well, he went full scorched earth. He wrote a tell-all book titled The American Black Chamber and published it in 1931. It spilled enough classified beans to make a burrito. It exposed U.S. methods and targets. It basically gave the entire federal intelligence community a collective rage stroke. The book became a New York Times bestseller. It was a diplomatic nightmare. And the origin story of why American intelligence now has NDAs that could make your blood type classified. Try that stunt today? You'd be pulling a full Snowden. You'd be Googling asylum in whatever country still has electricity. But in 1931, it was just a Tuesday. Yardley may not have played by the rules. I mean, hell, he didn't even really believe in a rule book. But without him, the United States wouldn't have had a cryptologic legacy to stand on. So raise a glass to Herbert Yardley, the codebreaker who lit the fuse and walked away whistling. I'm sorry, Joe, that is my fault. All right, so unlike the State Department and its pearl clutching, the Navy wasn't about to plug its ears and wait for bombs to start dropping. When the Black Chamber was axed, the Navy just went full rogue. They quietly started rebuilding a cryptologic capacity of their own, assembling linguists, intercept operators, and technical talent wherever they could find it. Japan's naval activity was ramping up, and the Navy was done playing nice. They built outposts. They taught Morse code. They intercepted the hell out of anything on the airwaves. They didn't care what the diplomats thought. They cared about being ready. Now, I want you to picture this in your mind. A wooden shack baking in the sun in Washington, D.C. in the summer, perched on top of a 4-story Navy Department building. No air conditioning, no classified clearance signs, just static in headphones and Morse code chalked across the walls. This was the birthplace of U.S. naval cryptology. In 1928, the Navy's first covert cryptologic training program is now underway on a rooftop. Not in some high-tech war room, but in a rickety hut where Morse code pounded day and night like a heartbeat. And these weren't just radio operators. These were pioneers. They were learning the kana code, which is the Japanese Morse code. And they were learning it before most Americans even knew Japan had a version of their own. They didn't learn it slow. They learned it fast, raw, relentless, and they learned it right. Now, you're probably wondering, why the fuck would you put it on a roof? Well, it turns out the Navy had actually 3 very good reasons. First one's pretty obvious: secrecy. The roof kept the operation out of sight, out of earshot and off the radar. I mean, It's classic operation security before the acronym even existed, which is what we call OPSEC. Now, the second reason is for cleaner signals. Because even 4 stories up, they escape the buzz of the electrical noise below, which is ideal for intercepting and simulating real-world signals. Because after all, you're listening for tones in a sea of static. The third reason, space. Well, more like the lack thereof. Like every other federal building, the building was packed. And like any good Navy ship, every inch was used. The roof just happened to be open and perfect. So it sounds a bit poetic, the on the roof gang, as they term themselves, but it was practical. It was strategic and just improvised enough to work. That rooftop shack didn't just teach code. It minted the Navy's first generation of cryptologic warriors. Quiet, unseen, unmatched. By the time Pearl Harbor went up in flames, 178 of those rooftop trains maniacs were already stationed throughout the Pacific. Listening posts from China to the Philippines to Guam were manned by these guys, living in jungle huts, copying code on gear held together with spit and spite and anything waterproof. They weren't famous, they weren't high-ranking, but they were already collecting the signals that would give the U.S. the guidance needed for decisions throughout the war. The On the Roof gang didn't wait for a system to be built for them. They built one themselves. Sometimes the best way to build an elite unit is just to say, fuck it. Start from the top, literally. So then came World War II. And with it, an acronym that actually meant something, OP20G. That's sarcasm. What does OP20G stand for? Not a goddamn thing. But what it was the Navy's first fully sanctioned official cryptologic gang of misfits. They were finally given a real mission, a real budget, a real home or headquarters, and in that headquarters, just enough room to cause some real classified chaos. They went after Japanese naval code JN-25, and they were armed with nothing but pens, paper, and caffeine-induced hallucinations. But they also had the kind of brain power that gives normal naval officers hides. Operating out of Nebraska Avenue, the squad of freakishly smart linguist math heads, that was math, not meth, puzzle junkies, and professional rule breakers worked alongside the U.S. Army Signals Intelligence Service and the code gods at Bletchley Park, or what we came to call MI6. And they were trading secrets with the Brits like Cold War Pokemon trainers. And what were they playing for? Not just bragging rights. They were talking ships saved, battles flipped, and entire fleets kept afloat, one intercepted signal at a time. Pause for some hydration. Well, if I'm doing a Navy stream, I should be drinking rum after all, right? Okay. Now, Pearl Harbor wasn't just the target of a sneak attack. It was also home to one of the boldest cryptologic crews in Navy history. Station HYPO. Running the show, Commander Joseph Rochefort. Now, this guy was not just a cryptologic genius. He was eccentric. He was unshaven, slipper-wearing, sock-agnostic chaos conductor who made breaking codes look like jazz improvisation with typewriters. And Rochefort didn't lead with ego. He led with brains over bullshit. He filled Hypo with jazz musicians, linguists, code-obsessed freaks, and math addicts. No starch collars, no parade ground puffery, just raw talent. Locked in a basement, chewing through Japan's naval code with bloodshot eyes and stubby pencils. Why you musicians, you might be asking? Well, because Rochefort thought outside the box. He figured their sense of rhythm and timing could help decode more than just melodies. It could also help break enemy communications. And let's be honest, after Pearl Harbor got lit up, Hawaii wasn't exactly hiring musicians for saxophone gigs. But Rochefort was eccentric in other ways. Believe it or not, the rumors were true. What rumors? Well, he wore a bathrobe to work. He, not because he was lazy. No, it's because he never fucking left. He had his bed in his office. Sleep was optional. Everybody worked 16 to 20-hour days every day of the week. Socks were a suggestion. Slippers were encouraged. Results were non-negotiable. And aloha shirts, like the one I'm wearing, it's not a myth. It's actually peak unfornicated Navy lore. Hypo's basement had no air conditioning. You see a trend here building? They had no ventilation, and they had no patience for bureaucracy. So the crew ditched uniforms entirely for civilian clothes. Because comfort beat conformity. And codebreakers didn't have time to sweat their balls off for a dress code that was written by people in air-conditioned offices with a view. But don't be mistaken. They weren't sloppy. They were strategic. That casual vibe was camouflage. See, Hypo was built to be invisible not only to the Navy brass, but to the enemy as well. Rochefort's genius wasn't just in the math. It was how he shielded his people from meddling outsiders so they could stay weird, focused, and dangerously effective. Without Rochefort, we don't win Midway, period. End of story. And when the suits back in DC didn't believe what Station HYPO was seeing regarding Midway, Rochefort pulled one of the ballsiest moves in Cryptologic history. Rochefort noticed that Japan kept referring to a mysterious location called AF, or Alpha Foxtrot, in the radio traffic. And Rochefort had a hunch it meant Midway. But Washington, in their ever-present hubris, didn't buy it. They knew better. So Hypo went full troll mode. They had Midway send an unencrypted message reporting a fake water shortage. In fact, the message was that the water desalination plant had failed. Midway had no fresh water of its own. Sure enough, the Japanese picked up that communications and mentioned it in an encrypted naval communications that was intercepted that basically said AF was short of water. Mic drop. Hypothesis confirmed. Midway was the target. And thanks to Rochefort and Hypo, Admiral Nimitz set a trap. 4 Japanese carriers burned in the Battle of Midway. The Pacific War momentum flipped. It was a turning point. And Rochefort's team didn't just read the enemy's mail, they rewrote it. Stop their stupidity. You're right. Well, no, we lost a couple planes. Actually, we lost one. But the good news was everyone survived, just like the other ones. But we never lost one off the hangar deck. That was odd. We can talk about that. That's that's an interesting one for me. Now, HYPO wasn't the only nest of cryptologic chaos. Navy cryptology has a long legacy of getting shit done by bending every fucking rule in the goddamn manual. And not just a manual, every manual. Because in its infancy, results mattered. And politicians had their own priorities, diplomatic niceties, how they're perceived on the worldwide stage, so to speak. But cryptologists didn't have that. They cared about ships, manpower, and ensured everyone came home. Now, Rochefort was not the only rogue operator of the bunch. There were several mavericks who took on the system head on. First one we'll talk about here quickly is going to be Captain Safford. He was the godfather of Navy SIGINT. This is the man who told bureaucracy to shove it up their ass and built the OP-20G group anyway. He pushed for full-time crypto-analytic operations during peacetime. He stockpiled weird geniuses like ammo before the fireworks started, and he gave HYPO the brainpower needed to exist. No Safford, no HYPO. No HYPO, no Rochefort, no Midway. Next on the list, we have Captain Wenger. He's the machine whisperer. Now, he was an evangelist for machine-assisted code breaking. He helped build the Navy's first version of the what they call the Bomba. And if he had to do it with a toaster and a car battery, he would have. This machine basically helped increase the efficiency of decoding intercepts as they came in, because they were all done manually prior to this. It changed intercepts from being after action reports into actionable intelligence, something that could be useful. Wenger saw the future, and he brute forced it into existence. He later helped shape NSA's tech obsession. Next, we have Lieutenant Commander Mason. He was the fleet's wild card, I guess you could say. Everyone said that crypto analysis belonged on shore in sight of brass, you know, the higher ups, the admirals, so everyone can get their share of the glory. Mason said, fuck that. All right, put it on a warship. And then he proceeded to jam cryptologic gear and brains onto combat vessels to prove that real-time SIGINT could win battles. Because if you're in the middle of a battle, there's no time like the present. You don't want to wait for an intercept to be routed from a ship back to Pearl Harbor for it to be contemplated in committee, sat on, slept on, rubber stamped 5 different times, and then to get back to you about what you should do. Now, so basically, he didn't follow doctrine. He just rewrote it while underway. Lastly, we have Lieutenant Commander Lightweiler. Excuse me. He was a clarinetist turned code killer. Yes, he played the clarinet. Lightweiler joined HYPO as a linguist, as he was a musician and a crypto-analytic madman. His weird-ass skill set embodied HYPO's ethos, hired talent, not uniforms. He didn't just break codes, he broke recruiting molds. Now, these 4 men are not by far all-encompassing. There were many others. And these weren't by-the-book officers. They basically torched the book. rewrote it in a cipher, and dared anyone to decode it. So now we're going to fast forward to the Cold War. Well, let's be honest, the Cold War started almost immediately after the World War II, so it's not really much of a fast forward. It's more of a broad jump. So, welcome to the Cold War, where every antenna was a weapon. Every signal was suspect, and every Soviet burp on the airwaves had someone in the Navy van writing it down in triplicate. After World War II, the Navy didn't just stay in the cryptology game. They leveled the fuck up, and they leveled up fast. The Soviets were now the new boogeyman, and they loved encrypted comms almost as much as they loved bad economics. After all, one word to describe the Soviet military: paranoid, but for good reason. The Navy answered with a global signals intelligence spiderweb. In 1950, they stood up the Naval Security Group Command, or what we call NAVSEC. This gave cryptology its own structure, a chain of command, and a mission brief that boiled down to one simple task: intercept, decode, dominate. Listening stations popped up in Japan, the Philippines, Iceland, Adak, Spain, and Diego Garcia. Hell, if it had a coastline in a Cold War, the Navy probably slapped an antenna on it. Most Americans didn't even know where most of these places were, much less able to find them on a map. Submarines also got in on the action. After all, why not? Special missions like Operation Ivy Bells had U.S. Navy divers from the USS Halibut, as you see on screen here, tapping Soviet underwater cables near Vladivostok. That's right, tapping undersea cables with underwater wiretaps. It's not James Bond, that's just Tuesday in naval cryptology. And this effort was full spectrum, around the clock, zero sleep operation. We're talking satellites, ships, shore stations, submarines, aircraft, basically all collecting all the time. The goal? Well, simple. If the Soviets so much as whispered about nuclear weapons, we'd know what brand of vodka they were drinking in that meeting and how many pieces of ice were in the glass. Yo, Shifty, congratulations. Good on you, man. You're a better man than I am. Well, Shady, you can always turn to a dealer. It's so out of the garage. Okay. Now we're starting to progress a little further in the Cold War. So we're going to talk about the Navy's, let's call it a cheat code, HFDF, or what's called high frequency direction finding. Now, this is nicknamed Huff Duff by the cool kids or the nerds who used it. This tech basically let operators pinpoint enemy transmissions by measuring signal angles and timing. Think like a triangulation, where you have multiple stations with a line of bearing to a transmitting site. Where those three stations' bearings intersect, there's your location. What location? Well, it'd be a target location, for sense of another word. Think of it as sonar for Morse code and with a side of classified black magic. I mean, it was GPS for the deeply paranoid. If a Soviet ship so much as sneezed on the radio, HFDF stations around the globe would triangulate its location faster than you could say comrade. And it worked over vast distances. It enabled long-range tracking, and it was custom built for an enemy that just wouldn't shut the fuck up. These sites used what we called the FLR-9 antenna, and as you see on the slide. It's a circular antenna array that's 1,500 feet in diameter that allowed for direction-finding signals from up to 4,000 nautical miles away. And because of its large size and design, as you can see, we called it the elephant cage. So as a signal came in to the elephant cage and it would hit one of these dipoles or one of these stanchions that you see, they could tell by the signal strength from the sensors that are in that array what sensor had the most signal strength, and that became their line of bearing. Do that from two other locations, you have a triangulation. Now you have a target. Well, when the Cuban Missile Crisis hit in 1962, HFDF stepped the hell up. I mean, as Soviet ships hauled missiles toward Cuba and the world was white-knuckling through DEFCON hysteria and bomb shelters, Navy HFDF stations locked in. They started tracking movements. They started intercepting signals. And they started feeding Kennedy's war room with live, actionable intelligence. And it wasn't luck. It was signal warfare. And it helped steer the planet away from mushroom clouds and toward a nuclear staring contest. But let's be crystal clear. If those SIGINT operators had missed even one transmission, we might not be here today. We might not have anything. FPV, that if you're talking about Pine Gap or you're talking about another station. If you're talking about the station up by, is it Cairns or Darwin? Yes, it's very similar to that. If you're talking about Pine Gap, it's a little different. All right, we're going to jump back in our time machine now, and we're going to go to the jungles of Vietnam. No. Yeah, okay, so Pine Gap is an important facility. And you know what? Let me take a break to kind of explain how it goes. We have a treaty called the Five Eyes Treaty. Now, the Five Eyes Treaty is a treaty between the United States, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and the UK. In that treaty, it means that we, A, won't spy on each other, and B, we share pretty much everything. Pine Gap is one of those facilities that is, there's only two or three like it, in the sense that it's basically, for sake of another word, it's a remote, it's almost like a remote office for the NSA. It has capabilities up the wazoo. It can do so many different things, from satellites to HFDF to other electronics, intelligence of radars, missile, early warnings, Pine Gap is very classified. And Pine Gap is, if you've ever been out to the site or seen, there's actually a show on Netflix called Pine Gap, or if you've ever seen signs at it, is the perimeter fence is miles from the actual site. It's almost like Area 51. It's Area 51, but for intelligence freaks, as opposed to aliens or DARPA in their Black Ops planes. But very important. And the funny thing about Pine Gap is that it's manned by U.S. and Australian both. They both stand watches together and work together. And they're always in communication with Fort Meade in Maryland with the NSA. And they're always in communications with their English counterparts. I forgot where that location is, but it's in England. I believe Edsel or somewhere up in that way. I forget. It's been a few years. But different, but the same. Let's just say that it's the same in that it tackles SIGINT responsibilities, but different in that it tackles much more responsibilities on top of that because it's able to. I mean, if you ever look at it, it looks like we're playing putt-putt in Discord and someone hit the XL power-up with these huge golf balls on the grounds that basically are shrouding around antennas and their arrays and how they're being used. Angry Penguin. I misread Pentagon as penguin. Unfortunately, Pine Gap is about as south as we go. We don't have anything in Antarctica, though, per se, for intelligence. Sorry. Unless there's a ship down there. But not far from Australia. Well, kind of far from Australia. About halfway between Australia and the Persian Gulf, there's a small horseshoe island that the British had taken over called Diego Garcia. Interesting enough, half the island, U.S., the other half, British. In the middle, between the two sides, a bar. Can you guess how many times a shore patrol has to be called in to break up fights at said bar? It happens. Oh, DARPA is real. Yes, DARPA is real. I forget what it stands for, but it is real. Actually, I have a sign on my bookcase about it. Skunkworks is basically what it is. It's one of the DARPA fed entities, for sake of another word. All right, so let's go to Vietnam. And I just realized that my last 5 slides didn't save. So this is going to, the slides are going to end rather abruptly, but I'll still go over some of the other topics and things like that. So Vietnam, jungle radios and airborne ears. Okay, so in Vietnam, signals intelligence went mobile and wet. NavSec grew teams deployed on ships, riverboats, and sweaty jungle outposts, and with their ears always glued to the airwaves. They intercepted very low power Viet Cong transmissions. They cracked North Vietnamese orders, and they helped call in airstrikes before the enemy even lit a cigarette. And if you think it stopped there, well, welcome to airborne signals intelligence. Planes like the EC-121 and later the EP-3 that you see here cruised up and down the coast. They were vacuuming up communications like flying tape decks with security clearances. If it was in the airwaves, they were listening, they were recording, they were analyzing. The mission of these airframes, it was simple. It was listen to everything, but it was also sketchy as hell because not just the airplanes, but the outposts in the jungle and the riverboats. I mean, this gear was held together with duct tape, prayer, and maybe a spare vacuum tube. But the intelligence, sometimes the only thing standing between a routine patrol and a body bag. Now, in April 15th, 1969, a U.S. Navy EC-121 Warning Star. It's a, as you can see, it's a prop-driven, very lumbering, slow, unarmed SIGINT beast. These 2 bubbles that you see on top and on bottom, these houses the antennas that they use to collect all the signals intelligence and electronics intelligence, everything from communications to radar signatures to aircraft radar to ground-based radar to anti-aircraft radar. Now, this plane was flying its usual surveillance orbit off the coast of North Korea. And basically, these planes are flying phone taps. They're loaded with cryptolinguists, radio techs, and enough gear to eavesdrop on half the damn hemisphere. But importantly, they were outside North Korean airspace. They were in international airspace. They were also unarmed. And they were doing their job of listening. Then, 2 North Korean MiG-21s came out of the clouds and out of nowhere blew that EC-121 out of the sky. All 31 crew members were killed. No survivors. And it was the deadliest loss of U.S. Cryptologic personnel in a single day. And what did we do about it? Not a goddamn thing. See, this is where politicians become speed bumps. Nixon had his eyes on Vietnam, and the brass didn't want a second war, so it got swept under the rug. But the impact from that attack, it never left. From that day forward, every SIGINT mission flew with a shadow. And that shadow was a fighter jet with machine guns and missiles. These weren't just nerds with headsets. These were war fighters with targets on their back. The awareness changed everything, from aircraft design to mission planning to OPSEC, and even how we protect the people who hear the world whisper. It was not so much the fact that they spent all the money on training these 31 individuals that they now lost and would have to retrain. It was about the collective loss of experience, of talent, of brain power, and just the fact that they were American citizens who were targeted by an enemy that they didn't know considered them an enemy at the time. Because if you're doing your job of listening, there's people out there who don't like to be listened to. All right, so we're going to switch up here a little bit, transition over. This is where my slide deck went shit crazy, and I lost the last few slides that I had created earlier this morning because of apparently my save didn't work and corrupted a file. So my restore point, thought it was going all the way back to when I last saved. Wrong. So kind of like my my earlier presentation that I was making to nobody. Well, look, I'm a professional streamer. Don't you know? So let's jump ahead to Desert Storm. And this is where SIGINT goes tactical, digital, and deadly. This is my time frame. This is when I served. So we're going to fast forward to 1991. Iraq invades Kuwait. The world flips out. And Operation Desert Shield kicks off, followed by Operation Desert Storm, with the U.S. unleashing its full spectrum of military power. And for the first time, SIGINT isn't the sideshow. It's the fucking spotlight. Navy cryptologists, now more digitally inclined than ever, were embedded with strike groups on aircraft carriers, on combatant ships, in aircraft and joint commands. Their role? Simple. Intercept Iraqi troops in command communications, jam the hell out of enemy radar, identify and geolocate Scud missile launchers, disrupt communications before the enemy could organize, and feed real-time intelligence into the targeting cycle before a pilot even locked on. This wasn't just about collecting signals now. It was about shaping the battlefield with data. The EP-3 Ares, the EA-6B Prowler, and shore-based SIGINT teams made sure every broadcast that Saddam's forces made came with a built-in audience. and a response time measured in minutes, not hours, not days. They were decoding encrypted orders, tracking mobile phones, jamming military communications, and turning the electromagnetic spectrum into a weapon. The term information dominance wasn't a theory any longer. It was a goddamn kill chain, and the Navy had a monopoly on it. And this wasn't some sanitized keyboard war. Navy cryptologic teams were in theater, under fire, and rewriting how wars will be fought for decades to come. Now, by the early 2000s, it was clear that the next big battlefield wasn't land, sea, air, or even space. It was cyberspace. The invisible dimension where wars are waged with malware, botnets, and PowerPoint slides classified top secret clearance, specially compartmental information, TSSCI, my clearance. And like before, the Navy didn't wait around. In 2002, it formed the Naval Network Warfare Command, or NETWARCOM, fusing communications, network defense, and information warfare into one entity. But that was just the warm-up act. By 2010, the gloves were off. U.S. Cyber Command was created, and the Navy stood up the Fleet Cyber Command, or the 10th Fleet, as we called it. It was a modern-day rebirth of an old radio warriors, now armed with code exploits and keyboard strikes instead of Morse keys. It was no longer just about intercepting enemy signals. It was about defending Navy networks from hostile penetration attempts, launching cyber effects against adversaries to disrupt, degrade, and deceive. It was about protecting operational technology, ships, satellites, aircraft systems against malware that could make a destroyer drive like a Roomba on crack. The Navy was more connected than ever before, and it needed protection. So why not turn to the same group that had protected it for the last 80 years? Cyber was no longer support. It was a warfighting domain. And those cryptologic sailors, they became digital gladiators. Now, in 2013, the global intelligence world got basically pantsed on live television. Right in the middle of the schoolyard quad drop trowel. Edward Snowden, an NSA contractor, dumped a biblical-sized archive of classified documents exposing how the U.S. and its allies had built the most sophisticated surveillance machine in human history. And while most of the media focused on the NSA, naval cryptology was deeply affected. Sources and methods were burned, partnerships were strained, collection programs were shut down or had to be retooled. Recruiting and vetting underwent a complete and total overhaul. Suddenly, cyber warriors and SIGINT collectors found themselves explaining to civilians why they weren't personally reading their Gmail. Because that was the paranoia that set in from Snowden's drop. The truth? Snowden didn't kill signals intelligence. He just spotlighted it. But the Navy had learned hard lessons about transparency and compartmentalization and resilience. It always shunned the spotlight prior to this. It was always dark corners, incognito, unobtrusive, quiet. Snowden changed that. And when the Navy learned these hard lessons, it didn't do anything that it hadn't done previously. It went back to work. The enemy doesn't give a fuck about leaks. They care about what we still hear when we get quiet. Now today, U.S. Fleet Cyber Command, or 10th Fleet as we call it, is the operational command behind every bite the Navy moves, defends, or weaponizes. It's headquartered at Fort Meade, which is also the location of the NSA, because that's where the real nerds hang out. They coordinate cyber defense operations for the entire U.S. Navy. All of it. Every ship, every plane, every base. They also coordinate offensive cyber capabilities in support of global combatant commands, signals intelligence and maritime, space, and digital domains, spectrum operations, because RF is still a battlefield, even now. They work side by side with NSA, U.S. Cyber Command, and every theater of operation from the South China Sea to the cloud servers above it. And guess what? They still want weirdos, they still want rule benders, and they still want the smartest bastards in the room, whether they wear a uniform, flip-flops, an aloha shirt, a hoodie that says root access or riot. Fleet cyber isn't the future, it's the now. And it's run by the direct descendants of every rooftop, sockless, code-cracking misfit this country ever produced, starting with On the Roof Gang. Now, interesting enough, the legacy of the On the Roof Gang is within naval cryptology, there's an annual convention, and there's an award that's handed out to a sailor who contributed mightily to the cryptologic efforts for the U.S. Navy. And anyone within cryptology knows that that award carries with it a prestige that is unmatched because it's unknown, because no one knows about it except its peers. I know someone who had won it. I can't think of someone more deserving. But the interesting thing about it is, of all the awards he got, and we're talking about medals upon medals in his chest, each one creates a point system that helps him for his next promotion. The On the Roof Gang award, which carried no points, doesn't matter outside the community, doesn't matter to the Navy as a whole. To him, that's the biggest accomplishment he ever did in his career. So here we are. We've covered nearly a century of Navy cryptology, from rooftop rebels in bathrobes to cyber warriors pulling packets out of the digital ether. This wasn't just a timeline. I mean, this was a story of misfits, outlaws, rule breakers, and absolute fucking legends who didn't wait for permission to do what had to be done. They weren't in it for medals. They're not household names. And they bent reality with math, wrecked every enemy plans with a pencil lead, and saved lives with static. They built their legacy one intercepted whisper at a time, and in case it wasn't abundantly clear, this shit mattered. Because every battle we won, every fleet we saved, every strike we planned in advance started with someone you've never heard of, hunched over a radio, bleeding out caffeine, praying the next signal came from with coordinates. So if anyone tells you cryptology is just nerd work, tell them to shove a cipher up their ass. This isn't just intelligence, it's warfare with headphones. These aren't nerds doing math problems. They're warriors on the front lines. And the Navy didn't just show up. We ran the damn net. We were here first, and we did it best. So whether you're a veteran on the job, curious about this craft, or just here for the swearing and the history, thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. With that, Unfornicated signs off. So if you guys have questions and you're here in chat and you want to ask me any question whatsoever, I am happy to answer that as long as I'm able to. And before anyone accuses me of being coy about classification, stuff like that, look, my time was a long time ago. Most of the shit that I dealt with, long unclassified. I can't think of anything that might still be. Well, I can think of a few things, but I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. Nothing better than a comical fuck up. Yep. That's me. A funny fuck up. Streaming foreplay. Yeah, I was warming up my throat. That's why it sounds even worse than it did an hour ago. Stop this stupidity. That left a really weird image in my head. You and me both, pal. You and me both. Tori, you're welcome. CK, you're very welcome. Oh, books. Yes. Okay, so let's talk about reading materials. There is that book called The American Black Chamber by Yardley, which talks about the efforts that were done right after World War I up until, well, the pearl clutching and the gentleman comment. Is actually a pretty good read. It talks about how they did it, but also talked about why they did it and the advantages to having that information. Some other ones, there's a very, very dry book about the formation of the NSA. Now, for those who don't know, the NSA was basically created and founded with nothing more than a secret memo. No ribbon cutting, no ceremony, no pomp and circumstance. There was a fucking memo. That book's called The Puzzle Palace. I do warn you, it is dry. It can be a torture of love. There is a book about the On the Roof Gang, actually two of them, by a guy by the name of Matt Lizo, I think. It talks about the history of U.S. cryptology, well, U.S. Navy cryptology, specifically about On the Roof Gang and the war in the Pacific, kind of what I covered here a little bit. I actually did not know those books were out in print until I started putting this together. I have since ordered those. There's some technical manuals that I recommend, but again, if you're not really in that, it's kind of a fluffy kind of thing. Interesting one was a book about not a cryptology sailor, but it was about a hacker called Ghost in the Wires. That's a good one. Also includes things like social engineering, things like that. I will probably do my best to put together a list, I would say, of say 6 to 10 books, and I'll go ahead and put it in the Discord for you guys. And I'll give like little blurbs of what they are and stuff like that. But I mean, if you love the subject, it's amazing. Since you guys seem to be interested in this, I will say this is only part 1. Part 2 is going to be about the Navajo code talkers from World War II and basically their story. It was made into a movie in the 90s, I believe, called Wind Talkers. But a lot has come out since then. I'm also going to be doing part 3 will be about women in cryptology specifically, because I do believe in DEI and I believe that outside the norm should be celebrated. Let's think of another word. And lastly, I might do one about intelligence as a whole, because, well, actually, you know what? Maybe I can do that right now because it's not really a long one and it's going to be very easy. Let me just close some of my windows here because I have so many fucking open right now that it is a shit show. So let me close this. Okay. So, when we talk about military intelligence, there's different branches or different sources. Okay. Military intelligence is kind of broken down very simply. You have human intelligence. Now, this is your typical James Bond spycraft. These are people, for whatever reason, are giving information to the US. This is managed by the CIA, so to speak. Um, these are people who are, this is your classic spy novel type environment. It's basically, it's called human or human intelligence, information collected from human sources. I mean, this can be interrogations, it could be espionage, it could be informants, it could be diplomatic contacts. And it's useful because it provides insight into enemy intentions, morale, leadership, and decision making that isn't necessarily gathered through other sources. Now, some of the problems with humans is that you have double, triple, quadruple agents. You have people who flip sides. You have disinformation that's purposely fed because they're now a double agent. There are countless stories of people who worked even in cryptology who gave information to the Russians and other adversaries. Monkey cat, I'll come right back to that one. The other types of intelligence that we have is signals intelligence, what we talked about today. It's the interception analysis of electronic signals and communications. So you have comment, which is communications intelligence, which is my specialty. That's voice, text, radio communications. And you have ELINT, which is electronics communications or electronics intelligence, which is non-communications, things like radar emissions and other sources of that nature. So this is used for tracking enemy movements, decrypting messages, jamming enemy's ability to communicate, things like that. Then we have GeoInt or geospatial intelligence. This is intelligence derived from imagery, from satellites, aerial photography, drones, mapping systems, things like that. It used to be called, or it's GeoInt is actually the best term for it. It's for targeting, terrain analysis, movement planning. That's the sort of thing that you can find for it. Then you also have IMINT, which is imagery intelligence along the same ways, UAVs, satellites, reconnaissance aircraft. It's a subset of GeoInt, and it's focused specifically on just visual imagery. You have MASINT, which is measurement and signature intelligence. This is scientific and technical intelligence. This is kind of like where Battle of the Beams and the Kanikabine and some of those things that were done, how they were basically come around to used to for detecting, tracking, identifying distinctive features of and trying to decide what the enemy could be doing. We're talking about things like infrared signatures. We're talking about nuclear radiation, chemical traces, seismic data, all these other things that measurements that kind of the technical and scientific measurements that can paint a picture of what the enemy is doing or what they're up to. Then you have OSINT, which is open source information. Basically, this is info gathered from publicly available sources, social media, academic publications, internet forums, Reddit, blah, 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 blah. It's primarily used for propaganda monitoring, trend analysis, and public sentiment. And you have technical intelligence. Basically, it's intelligence on weapons and equipment. Basically captured enemy tech, reverse engineering, what their capabilities of, things like that. Counterintelligence, which is efforts to prevent the enemy from gathering intelligence on us. And then last but not least, you have tactical, operational, and strategic intelligence, which is basically real-life battlefield intel as used by frontline commanders. It's basically regional area intelligence for mission planning, coordination, and it's a long-term analysis used by national leadership and joint commands. Basically, that's the higher level intelligence for bigger pictures. And that's basically all the intelligence. So it's not, so when you hear about intelligence or you hear about, someone on the news who was intelligence sources say, well, pick a branch because there's a lot of them. Take your pick. But it's funny that comment or signals intelligence is my form. Now, I can speak to ELINT because it's part of signals intelligence. I can speak a little bit to OSINT because I've done some open source, intelligence gathering and things like that. But you won't hear me talking about counterintelligence. You won't hear me talking about MASINT or even IMINT, even though I worked with IMINT guys who did imagery. I'm colorblind. My idea of imagery, I can't see half it unless it's in black and white. But I do got some cool shots from working with those guys. That's a different story. Okay, so let's see. All right, so Monkey, let me come back to you. So Tori, real quick, I remember the story about breaking the German Enigma code by the British. Interesting enough, the Polish did it first. Well, the Polish did the biggest jump forward and everyone else caught up. I guess that's the best way of saying that. USS Indianapolis. Whoa, we're getting rated by TDDS. Welcome, one and all. You've missed most of the signals thing, but we're doing question and answers. So if you have any questions or any want some any answers, by all means, ask away. I'm happy to provide them. What caused the USS Indianapolis tragedy? And because it's one of your favorite history stories. Okay, so the USS Indianapolis basically delivered the hydrogen bomb that was dropped on Japan. Now, the Navy was so paranoid about its codes being leaked by the Japanese, and for good reason, because the Japanese broke every single fucking code that the Navy had or that the US had, except for one. And that was the Navajo Code Talkers. And that was because Navajo Code Talkers language, the Navajo language, did not have a written form, and it was not a well-known language to the Japanese. They had no exposure to it. But every other code that the Navy used, they pretty much banked on the fact that if the Japanese didn't already know it, they would know it soon. So the Indianapolis was forced to basically cross the Pacific in radio silence. It's what we call MCON, or emissions control. No radar, no communications. If anything, they ran without lights. And the idea of it was everything had to be passive. No one can know they were there. They were to be a hole in the water. No one would know they were there. They had no escorts. They were basically a light cruiser specifically on one task and one task only, to deliver the hydrogen bombs, Fat Boy and Little Man. They delivered them, but the problem is even after they delivered them, they still had to maintain ENCON, or emissions control, because they didn't want to know where they were delivered. Because if a ship that had left San Diego, that Japan realized that they had left and don't know where they are, all of a sudden started transmitting in the middle of the Pacific by Guam or Okinawa or someplace like that, that tells them where they were. Gives them an idea like, well, if they left here and they were quiet the whole time and they ended up here, we don't need to know what they were doing. We just need to go to the endpoint and find out what's there. So they had to stay with emissions control until they got back. Well, there's a problem. Scout plane finds them. The Indianapolis gets attacked. It goes down. I forget how many people go in the water. It's like, what, 350 people go in the water. Only 200 came out. They dealt with sharks, water, absence of fresh water. And the main problem was no one knew they were there. No one knew they were missing. No one knew anything about what their location was or where they went down, because they weren't allowed to transmit, because the secrecy was that important to the U.S. Navy. Hey, Blake, how's it going? And TDSS Raiders, thank you for being here. I see Spin, Swallow. Hey, you know what? I'll take the viewers. So basically, for those who are going to watch the VOD later, this is basically a history going on of signals intelligence, which is what I did within the U.S. Navy. Talks about basically 100 years, covering some of the highlights of it, the lowlights of it, why politicians suck and get in the way, why most people in intelligence don't give a damn of what politicians think and do shit on their own. It's kind of like intelligence is the one who kind of coined the phrase of, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. It's just fucking easier. Pure and simple. Yo, Mike, how you doing, bud? Yeah, I realized that we were streaming at the same time, and you missed a classic. I was sitting here talking for 45 minutes doing a whole presentation starting at 9 o'clock on the fucking dot. And my mouse was not charged. And when I hit the go live button, it didn't register and I didn't catch it. So this has been twice in one night I've done this presentation. So we consider the first one a rehearsal. So I was 50 minutes late. That's 5-0. No real audio problems, just the fact I wasn't live. Fun times. I'm a professional streamer. Hey, you know what? It was a rehearsal. I got better at my timing and it became a lot easier. It flowed easier the second time around. Yes, I highly recommend the Indianapolis story. It is terrifying for anybody who's ever been a sailor because, look, I scuba dive. I'm a dive master. I work with instructors that teach other people how to scuba dive. I've been down below 100 feet. I dive in dry suits. I've done multiple tanks. I've done mixed air, things like that. I'm very comfortable in the water. I'm not comfortable being in the water in the middle of the ocean. No fucking thanks. Not my cup of tea. So if I'm sitting in the lifeboat, I better be in the goddamn lifeboat, not hanging off the side. Funny thing is on a couple of deployments, we had people who fall overboard because when they're on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier, the engine, the planes turn all the time and the exhaust comes out. And if you're trying to beat the exhaust to jump into a catwalk that's below you and the plane turns at the right time, and especially if it's a rather large plane like an F-14 Tomcat, it can blow you over the catapult or catwalk and into the water. And we've had a few people on deployment go in the water. So we have these nice big float coats that have a CO2 charge in them and inflate it so we can float on top of the water. Great. We have a pouch that has ink in it. It stains the water. So basically, as we drift, it creates like a trail that you can follow. Like it's neon green. You can't fucking miss it. Do you know what we call that? Shark bait. Because it's been known to may or may not attract sharks. Definitely doesn't deter them. And you also have a strobe light to put on your head and be like, all right, come find me. Yes, Emma, so like a penguin. Exactly. I've done that too. Swallow, I've done that too. 30-minute stream with Mom Bakes Cakes, all private. It's embarrassing. What can I say? But you know what? My recording is going to be, well, it's going to be almost 2.5 hours long. And only an hour and a half of it was actually live. So I can take the parts. I can mix and match the parts, take what parts sound best and go from there. So but if anyone has any questions, if anyone wants to know what I did, where I've been, how things work, things like, radio communications, satellite communications, I basically do the technical stuff. That's my role. I try to break down technical stuff and make it as easy to understand as possible. To hopefully, I don't know, make it less intimidating. Let's put it that way. The speed of a European unladen swallow, it depends on the refractive index of the atmosphere. So Tori, so interesting thing about location. When you're talking about like intercepts, it depends on first frequency. So your location from the transmitter, obviously matters. So the Earth is a globe. We have a radar horizon. So the upper frequencies are line of sight, more or less. So they go outwards. And more or less a straight line. And when they get, and then when the curvature dips away, they start going, well, it's still going straight, but from the point of view of someone on the other side of that, they start going upwards. That's why there's a direct correlation for radar for target acquisition between altitude and distance from the transmitter. Now, means that the target has to be higher in altitude the further away it is for it to be acquired. Otherwise, it's what we call in the shadow zone, or the idiot flying under the radar means you're using the Earth's curvature to hide in the shadow. Now, with HF frequencies, those ones, location isn't so as important because the ionosphere bounces it off. And again, we're not talking about laser beams. It's not just one signal that's just bouncing, that's basically bouncing over the ocean or something like that to be intercepted. It's multiple signals that are transmitted at different angles that, interact differently within the ionosphere, and they go different distances. Some will be short, some will be longer. So the location itself didn't matter for intercept, but what the location did do was they were specifically selected to be able to provide lines of bearing for triangulation. So Spain was picked specifically for that location. Crete was picked specifically for that location so that intersecting lines in a certain theater from those two sites could help identify where the location was with two bearings instead of three. That's why we have Pine Gap. That's why we had San Diego. That's why we had Florida. That's why we had Puerto Rico, Key West, Adak, Alaska, Japan, Diego Garcia. I'm forgetting some of them, but yeah, that's basically why. But interesting enough that Diego Garcia and Florida, there's nothing between those, and it was Africa. I mean, that's it. So we just kind of more or less hope and prayed that nothing came into Africa that would require us to have a elephant cage, so to speak, antenna to be installed somewhere. What was the backup plan if radio went down? Well, in what sense? So, like at any given time, I had 4 radio links that I could transmit on. One was UHF, that was for line of sight within the battle group. I had SHF, which was basically an uplink to a satellite that went down to other locations. Basically, it created all those sites that had the elephant cage. They're all in one network, and all the ships are on one network. So it's kind of like a conference call. You can key up. Once you key up, you ask for who you're talking to. Everyone can basically listen in. Other ones we had data networks that were using different satellite communications besides just voice. And then we also had, we basically had like 4 or 5 different bands that we would use within the radio spectrum to send them out because we're on a ship. All we had was radio. If all of them went down, satellites went down, each one had their own transmitter, each one had their own antenna, each one had their own, basically everything. Everything was diverse. Every equipment was different. If all those went down for whatever reason, you have lights and you can send it 11 miles and that's it. Or flags. That's plan B. Not a very good plan B, but that's what you have. But again, we had satellite communications, we had radio communications, we had teletype machines, we had data communications. Everything on a ship is radio based. If all the radios go down and we take a hit and, the ship's going down, well, the world's ending for us as a whole. So luckily they'll know where we are. Luckily they'll hopefully send out somebody and hopefully it didn't include a mushroom cloud. Although a carrier is supposed to be able to stand up to that. So for better or worse. But yeah, that was, there was no backup plan for say, that was it. That is it. Everything, it's not like we have a fiber optic cable laying off the back of the ship, spooling out as we're floating across the ocean. But, but And here's the funny thing too is, all of my communications were encrypted. So we had encryption devices. It was basically machine encryption. I was the equivalent of a radioman, but with a higher clearance. The radiomen had their own encryption, different than mine entirely. And they also had clear channel communications. So, I mean, you could get on a walkie-talkie on the VHF and you can basically send that out of quite a far distance and be able to reach somebody on the emergency net or something like that. Least favorite experience in the Navy. Oh, so I'd lucked out in the sense that cryptology is considered mission critical. So when I first got to the ship and it was underway, I did not have to go down to the mess decks to go serve food for 6 months, like everyone else usually has to. And by the time we got back to San Diego, you don't need people to serve food when you're in port as much. So I lucked out. I'd say my least favorite story or my least favorite experience. I mean, I don't know. Maybe so many years have passed, it's kind of hard to pick one out. Look back with rose-colored glasses. I'd say, I know. The constant pomp and circumstance and waxing of vinyl tiled floors on a ship, on a warship, in a combat zone. So on a weekly basis, we would have to strip the floor with a strip, with a standing buffer, strip the floor. We would have to wax the floor and prevent people from walking on it. So you can only wax half of it at a time and hope some asshole didn't come in and start walking in the middle of your wax. Wait for it to dry, do the other side, then buff it again. And if it wasn't up to standards, you may have to do that a second time. And then you had to shine the knee knockers and you had to make sure everything was painted right and clean. And specifically, I mean, there's reasons for it and there's reasons why it's ridiculous. And I only saw the ridiculous part of it, not the reasons for it. Look, I don't need to build character. I'm in the middle of the fucking ocean for 6 months. How much more character do I need to build? Harness and leads occasionally, radio very, very so. Yes. And that's the thing too, like, outside of, I mean, you never have one radio. I mean, you always have, every squad has 2 forms of communication. 3 if you want to count running from squad to squad, and you find the fastest guy on squad to pass along information. Even an aircraft carrier, which is basically a bird farm, it is the epitome of just throwing, just having nothing but planes to throw in the air. The amount of radio equipment we had on board was obscene. And that's not even counting like some other ships that are more geared towards some of it like an intelligence capacity. Like we had specific planes that were designed to gather intelligence, like the P3, like the EC-121. We had, here, I'll show these to you guys real quick. I can't spell today. We had the ES3 Shadow or ES2 Shadow. No, ES3 Shadow. Here we go. This is a good picture. Let me transition this over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. So, let me transition this across. All right, here we go. Now, so this was on, oh shit. That's actually the same. Okay. That's actually the same. No, it's not. That's a different squadron. Okay. I thought it was the same squadron I was on. This is actually taken from a family day. You can tell because there's a sailboat at the top of the plane, at the top of the picture that's about ready to get run over by the aircraft carrier. And you see people standing on the left behind the tail of this plane. This plane and is the ES-3. So it is basically a flying antenna. It is a if you look at the domes over where the wings cross, and you look under the wings, you see all those little spurs. There's no hard points outside of where the actual tankers are. These things do nothing but collect signals, and they pass the signals. They can either do analysis in the plane, or they can pass them on to the carrier or other ships for analysis or to get a bigger picture or something like that. Everything is related. Everything is intertwined. Everything is networked together. So if he's out getting signals, another ship is somewhere else getting signals, and they're all sending the information back to the flagship of the carrier for us to get a bigger picture of where everything's at. DPD Bongs, welcome, bud. The other, so that was our sole collection as far as planes, aircraft go. The plane next to this is an EA-6B. It's been replaced by the F-18 now. It's what we call a prowler, or the F-18 is called a growler. It's basically a electronic warfare. It jams enemies' radars, communications, things like that. It basically creates a static field in front of it. So if you put them in front of, let's say, an invasion force of planes, let's say you have 12 planes that are incoming, loaded with bombs and missiles, everything else, and you put a electronic warfare plane in front of it, it creates a field of static that all the other planes are in. And because they're in that static, they can't tell what's in the static and what's coming for them. It's a interesting way to hide your numbers. Although once you realize that you have, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Once you see that static, you can kind of feel like, oh, well, we might have planes inbound, so let's go there and say hi. But yeah, that's that was so I did get to load these planes. I did get to load crypto in them. You have to load them inside. They sound like, we call them hoovers because they actually sound like a vacuum cleaner when they start up. Favorite experience story from the Navy. I have so many, it's unbelievable. I got to see some beautiful places. I got to meet some beautiful people. I got to experience some great cultures. I got to go places I never would have had the opportunity to go to. I'm not so sure very many of them would be back on my list of places to revisit per se, but I think one of the, I mean, when you talk about best, there's so many different ways to count it. You know what I mean? Like professionally, personally, there's all these, I mean, the craziest, I mean, did any include bail? There's so many things that you can throw at, but like for me, one of the coolest things that we did was, oh yeah, then there's also the pranks. I have plenty of stories about those. The coolest thing that happened to me was when we pulled into Hobart, Tasmania. One of the first times, let me just say Australia as a whole. We went to Perth and we went to Hobart. Your first day in port, you have to be in uniform. That's what it is. That's the pomp and circumstance of the Navy. And not just your working uniform, your dress uniform. So that means what we call the Cracker Jacks, the white Cracker Jacks or the dress blue or the blue Cracker Jacks. Well, usually the first day you've been at sea for 2 or 3 weeks, you're kind of like on edge. You just want to like let loose, go crazy, especially you've been in the Gulf for like the last month and a half. So we basically get off the boat. It's a mad rush to get off the boat. Rank has its privilege. The higher ranking you are, the faster you get off the boat. Lower ranking you are, the longer you're on the boat waiting to get off. My boat had 5,000 people on it. There is no easy way to get 5,000 fucking people off a ship. Logistics, pure and simple. Now, first day in Hobart, we ended up at this bar, and it was right near the pier, and we had dinner. Or we grabbed a steak, and we had a carpetbagger steak, and I thought it was interesting because they cut the size of the steak and put oysters in it. Then we drank Victoria Bitters beer, and we had a lot of rum. And then we started walking in town, and as we're walking by this bar, people are knocking on the windows, and they're waving. So we're like, hi. and kind of keep walking. Next thing you know, they're jumping tables and knocking on the window again and waving at us. And we're like, hi? And they're waving us in. Kind of all look at each other and we're like, all right, cool. Friendly people. Let's go inside. Let's go say hi. Go inside and they sit us at the bar and there's like, this place is packed full of people. So there's 4 of us. We're sitting at the bar. We're all sitting in stools and we're kind of facing outwards because we're talking to people. So the guy is an older gentleman who waved us in. Was one of the people who waved us in. He comes over and starts talking to us and everything else. And he introduces us to his 2 daughters, his wife. He introduces us to his nephew. He introduced us to his coworkers, everything else. And then, you know, your mind starts rolling here. Like, what the hell's going on? And then he finally introduces us. He goes, oh, let me introduce you to my oldest daughter, the bride. We crashed a wedding reception. Now, everything was going great. We're sitting at the bar. We're on bar stools. We're kind of like the center of attention, but we're far enough out of the way that we're kind of like not the center of attention. You know, some people are coming up talking to us, stuff like that. Well, then the bride wants to have a picture laying across all of our 4 of our laps in bar stools for a wedding album. Needless to say, we were asked to leave by the groom's parents shortly after that. Rob Hoyle, when we were in Germany, Cold War time, I'd be West Germany side. Every vehicle had infrared lights and receivers. Then we realized so did the Russians. So you might as well just put our headlights on. That's military intelligence for you right there. Look, all kidding aside, military intelligence is an oxymoron. But it pays to know what the other guy's thinking. Not gonna lie. Let's see, other funny things. While in, I think it's Hobart, I got to hold a koala bear. They put an apron on me, typical fucking tourist bullshit. Go get your picture taken holding a koala bear. I look like I'm 12. I think I'm 19 or 20 at the time. I'm holding this koala. He is pissed. By the way, koalas have nails. Long, sharp fucking nails. And he had been held quite a bit that day. He did not like me holding his ass. So he pissed on me. That was a great way to start the day. Let's see. I have some very inappropriate, a couple of very inappropriate stories that I will definitely save for a late night stream when I don't have my daughter here to hear them. We used to say we had an intelligence corpse, not an intelligent core. Yep. Oh, we used to use the word corpse, not core, because half the intel guys were brain dead. I think some of the funniest thing about intelligence is as with most things in the Navy, you have the officers and you have the enlisted. The enlisted do the work. The officers tell the enlisted what to do, or so they think. Now, in between the two, you have NCOs, or non-commissioned officers. The non-commissioned officers are the guys who are smart because they've been promoted. They have the experience. And when you're a new officer from the academy or OCS, which is, we call it organized chicken shit, but it actually means officer candidate school. If you're a brand new officer and you come in as a butter bar, as we call it, you're an ensign, you just have a single gold bar. You think you are hot shit. You think you are the world's greatest ensign. You are going to show the Navy how to do shit that it hasn't been doing right for 200 years. Now, the problem with that sort of mentality is that you run up against NCOs, non-commissioned officers, who have been there, done that, and have kind of run through a few butter bars already. Now, if you want to get off butter bar and make it to Lieutenant JG, you can get a silver bar, because in the Navy, silver is better than gold. Don't ask. You, or it's actually all military. If you want your silver bar, you better hope your NCO likes you, because he can make your job very fucking difficult and make you look like an asshole in front of very powerful people like admirals and captains and commanders, or he can make your job look very easy. Your choice. We had an important visitor once, and the grass. Oh, you retracted it. No. I can still look at it. Oh, no, I can't. Can I? I can't look at. Oh, maybe I can look at it on actual YouTube and not through OBS. Yeah, important visitors. I got to meet Margaret Thatcher. That was fun. I got to meet the Secretary or Minister of Defense for Japan and South Korea. They came on board the ship. I mean, they wouldn't be able to pick me out from anybody or anything, but they, they came to the ship. And of course, when you have very important people coming to a ship, and you have a ship captain who's angling to get, elected to a public office so he can continue his grift, you spend a lot of time cleaning. Remember those waxing and buffing fucking floors on a warship I kept telling you about? Great ways to spend duty. Oh, here you go. Wait, here's a funny story for you. Duty. So the way duty works on a ship when you're in port, we had 5,000 people. We had a lot. So we got divided up into 4 or 5 sections, depending on how many people we need manned. It kind of depended where we were. That means you had 1 day of duty, 24 hours. And then if you're in 4 sections, that means you had 3 days off where you didn't have to come back to the ship most often at all. You can go pass out in a park somewhere for 3 days. No one cares. No one's going to go looking for you. Unless you end up in jail and arrested. Then someone will come looking for you. So the fun thing was, well, what do you do on duty days when you're intelligence winging? You're not really collecting in port. You're right. So I had 2 specific jobs in port. One was what we call flying squad, which is the damage control party, the firefighting team. Basically, I got to wear coveralls all day and lounge around doing nothing, watching TV, bad movies, whatever. The other job I had was for a 4-hour window. I had to be dressed in my dress whites or dress blues, depending the season, and giving tours to the public in whatever port we were in, which is a great gig if you can get to it. Because when you do it the first day, so hear me out. First day, you got to wear a uniform anyway, right? Take duty the first day. You don't have to wait in lines to get off the boat. Everyone is wasting half their day waiting in line to get off the ship. You might as well be working. So I would volunteer for the first day of duty. I come from a Navy family. I know a lot of the tricks before I even got there. So I was a tour guide. It's great to meet local people that first day and you give them a wonderful tour, because then they give you your phone number when you get back. Says, hey, call us when you're done. We'll come by and pick you up and we'll take you and show you some sights. No taxi fare. Oh God, curbs, yes. You had to paint grass. That's yeah. New Jersey did that here one summer. It looked worse, obviously, when it dried. Yeah, no kidding. Or when it died. Let's see. Off the rail questions. Come back to this. We painted curbs too. Yeah. So funny thing is, ship has 2 different shades of gray that it uses. Haze gray, which is for all vertical surfaces, and deck gray for all horizontal surfaces. Deck gray is darker, light gray is lighter. And never shall the 2 meet. Did you see or hear anything about UFOs, UAPs? No. I grew up near Edwards Air Force Base, so I got to see the F-117 and B-2 bomber before most other people did, and it was publicly released. And it looked like a UFO at the time, but I just basically assumed that it was Edwards Air Force Base. So chances are it was something that was flying at night that nobody was supposed to see. I was kind of a pragmatic kid. I didn't believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. I didn't know if it was just because I watched too much Scooby-Doo as a kid. You know, Scooby-Doo always has something in the background. But most of the pilots I talked to, pilots I talked to, no one really mentioned it. Most of the strange things we see is like cloud formations, rogue waves, I don't know, snow squalls in the middle of the ocean, which is weird. Hurricanes, being on the outskirts of hurricanes, definitely really weird. Lightning strikes in the middle of the ocean, kind of weird. Especially when you're in a big metal boat surrounded by water. Liar. Tell us about secret UFOs. Oh, so those who haven't been caught up on the news, the Navy actually does have unmanned underwater drones called the manta ray. Scary shit. I'm glad I'm not trying to track that shit as far as I'm concerned now. Let's see. We had an international incident we caused with a Chinese and Soviet sub that escalated to where we were on the news. Had no idea we were on the news. My mom was worried sick beyond belief. I was only 19 years old. I only been on the boat a few months when this happened. And yeah. Apparently we pissed off the Chinese so much that they sent out fighters to harass our planes, which were harassing their subs. And I knew about that because I was in intelligence. We heard the radio calls. But there's no missiles on the planes. I actually got some cool pictures of the planes, and it's a cat and mouse game. No one really thought too much of it. It's not until we get home, my mom's starting to show me all the headlines that were in the newspapers and stuff like that. I realized how much of an international incident we actually caused. We thought we were tracking a single Chinese sub, ended up being not only a single Chinese sub, but a Russian diesel sub as well. And we were the first carrier group to conduct successful ASW or anti-submarine warfare against them, that type of submarine at the time. Fun times for a 19-year-old who'd just been on the boat for a few months. CK, that's because the Air Force is afraid of the water. So they see a sea lion and they think it's a UFO. Oh, here's something interesting about SIGINT and cryptology. There is one base that does all of the training for all of the services. That's how small cryptology is. The base is called Corey Station in Pensacola, Florida. We have Air Force, Marines, Army, and Navy there. Here's the fun thing. Marines get up at 4:30 in the fucking morning to go run miles around the base. Army gets up around 5, runs miles behind them around the base. Navy gets up at around 5:36, depending on who you're, it's kind of a soft number of when we start. Depends on who your company commander is. Miles isn't plural in our runs. And usually we were catching up with the Marines on the 3rd or 4th lap of the base. But we used to, it was an older base and it used to have a hotel there. It used to be an airfield. And the hotel was where the Air Force stayed. Now, they had the best barracks on the base because it was an old hotel. They also got paid more money because the hotel was beneath their standard of living. The barracks I had on base, the best standard of living I had my entire Navy career. I lived in shittier apartments than what was at that hotel. The Air Force assholes, while we were running by at 6 o'clock in the morning, out on their balconies in their bathrobes and the slippers with their coffee. And while we were all at the same base, only the Marines and the Navy actually shared classes. The Army had their own classes. The Air Force had their own classes. Even though we all had very similar jobs and learned the same material, we just had the instructors were Navy and Marine instructors were for the Navy's and Marines. Army instructors for the Army, Air Force for the Air Force. Outside of what you call your A school, which is your first technical training, you can go to a C school, which is what your advanced technical training. My advanced technical training was 9158, 56. I'd have to look, which stood for shipboard communications, or what we call TAC Intel, or tactical intelligence. It was a terminal station. That was the one I learned on was from the 1950s. So when they say that the military has cutting edge technology, the shit was 40 years old when I got on it. The ship I was on, older than my mom by 2 years. Yeah. Actually, the ship I was on when I got off in around 98, she got the what we call the first Union Jack for the oldest combatant ship in the Navy, and she continued on having that for another 15 years, I think it was before she was finally decommed. The USS Kitty Hawk that I was on was keel was like 1954. I think she was decommed in, when was she decommed? Let me just check. She was decommed in 2009. So she had 48 years of service. Not bad for a diesel boat. Yeah. Yeah, because when they landed, they weren't really supposed to send out signals, were they, Rob? Because other people can track those signals, people like me, and we would go pick them up for you and not give them back. Whoa, hey. Tentacle piece. I can only imagine what you guys are talking about there. And I would, I don't need that mental image. Thank you. I don't need that mental image of monkey, cat, pat, pat, and a tentacle piece, because I think I know what you're alluding to, and I'm not even watching it. And no, thank you. I don't need that mental. No. Keep that out of my brain. Yeah, I know. I figured. Yes, and also most of us are completely unhinged for sailors, because who else would sign up to spend 6 months away from your family and loved ones to go float in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of strangers and get shot at? Or hope you don't get shot at. Who knows? I have an idea, and you're right. I don't want to know. But yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I mean, wow. My notes for this video was 13 pages long. I'm gonna have to cut this recording. I'll probably have to build the other. I'll probably have to build my other slides for the last 5 slides and put those together. But yeah, we're gonna do another one and say that we're gonna do probably the Navajo Code Talkers next. I actually already have a script for that. I need to start building the slide deck for. We're going to do women in cryptology, because that is a fascinating story. Because during World War II, women were thought to be like the admin assistants, and some of the best codebreakers we had and the UK had were women. And kind of like the NASA movie that came out, not everyone knows their names, and it's a really a disservice to the people and what they accomplished. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know how many more of the Navy ones I go. It depends on interest. Depends on kind of what you guys want to hear. I mean, I always have unhinged stories I can talk about. Someone reminded me about Singapore one time. I'll be happy to tell you about that one. When my daughter's not here, because there's a lot of explaining I'm going to have to do afterwards that I'd rather not do. There are way more tours online than you can even find. Okay, I was right on the right gutter then. Yeah, that's what I figured. I see, Spin. Yeah, Tori, you remember what that movie was called? I forgot what it was called. Shit, I forgot. Oh, Hidden Figures. Actually, I've seen that. I need to watch that with my daughter. I think that's gonna be something enjoyable. Let's see. What about it? Anyone else got any other questions for this? We're coming up on midnight. I showered and dressed for you guys because I worked from home and I was in PJs all fucking day, more or less. Yes, Wind Talkers is another really good movie. That's about the Navajo Code Talkers. A Monkey Cat, that story is, I probably shouldn't tell it. I'll change the names to protect the innocent and the guilty. The guilty was not me in this case. I happen to be a innocent bystander and unwitting accomplice. Yes, Icy Spin. I had less tongue ties on the second time around, so that was a plus. But I spent all day on the phone today, so that my voice sounds like shit to begin with. I had a 8-hour day, and I probably spent 5.5 of it on the phone doing status reports, quarterly reports, going over things, people asking my opinion, explaining how shit works, talking to field guys, telling what I need them to do. Yeah. It's been a rough week so far. I'm looking forward to Friday. Icy Spin, you do. Let me just explain what happened. I'm sitting there talking and I'm watching chat go by and everything else. And I'm watching some of the things that go chats, but it kind of goes by kind of fast sometimes. And I'm not really seeing it, but I'm also making sure that I'm also, in the camera and that I have the right screen up, I have the right slide up, and I have my notes in front of me that I want to talk about. So my brain is like all over the place. And I'm just getting to like the Cold War part and like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I look over and I see a comment from like Emma saying, I guess Dan forgot about us and he's asleep. And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean I'm asleep? I'm talking about this. I'm like, what? You guys can't hear me? No one answers. And then I look over and the go live button is all grayed out. It hadn't been started yet. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So I'm asking everyone on here, I'm like, am I not live? And they're like, no, where the fuck you been? It's like, all right. Well, let's do take 2 tonight. And somewhere along the way, you would think that I would have been like, hey, these jokes aren't landing really, no one's laughing at these jokes. Am I really that bad today? Because people were talking about like, they're tired and, and they're going to go to sleep. I'm like, what? Am I that fucking boring? What the fuck? You guys asked for this. Not even realize I'm not live and that everyone's staring at my fucking thumbnail and no music playing, nothing. I'm not even transmitting, nothing, nada, zip. It's like, fuck. Yeah, exactly. You've been making fun of me for 45 minutes, not without me realizing and you guys not realizing I've been doing the whole presentation for 45 minutes. Oh, it was, look, my jokes don't always land. I get it. I'm not the funniest guy, but you know, I can do satire pretty fucking well, and I can make fun of shit pretty well. So I figured there had to been something in there that was funny, and no one was laughing. And all of a sudden occurred to me that, yeah, great start. No, I kept. Excuse me. I kept the chat was kind of going by fast, and I was like in the flow, going from one section to another and to another and to another. And as I was going through them, it's like, all right, here's the next one. It's like, you know, I pause for a second and I'm like looking through and I'm not seeing myself tagged. I'm seeing people talk. So because I'm not tagged, I'm like, oh, I'm just not going to pause. I'm just going to go to the next one and just keep kind of going. Kind of helps edit later, right? But it was when I actually did a pause, and I think it was Joe saying he was, you know, falling asleep, and somebody else said they were getting tired. And I'm like, what the fuck am I that boring? And then that's when I started asking, like, am I not live? And they're like, no, where the hell you been? I'm like, oh. It's like, oh, I'm sure I will, because the funny part is you guys won't see it, but I will, because it's been recording the whole time. So record the whole first take, my questions of what the fuck is going on and look on my face, then me figuring out that I'm not live, scrambling to hurry up, get to the title screen and the intro song to get going, rewind all my notes and my slides and everything else in the span of 3.5 minutes that I had. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, and then go get a refill because now I need a rum. But yeah, I'll laugh and see it. Maybe I'll do a short of that where it's that realization where it's just the 5-minute clip of me saying, what the fuck is going on? Am I not live? About as loud as CC is in his car, where I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I think is what I said. Or no fucking way, or it was some variation of the F-bomb. A few times fooled over, you know, a few times over. Look, it was not pretty. It was not my best moment, but it is what it is. I'm a professional streamer. I can't wait to quit my day job and fuck up on a daily basis. Not. I will never do this full time because there's too much shit that goes into this. The Nest cam footage. I'll, you know what, if it, there's a chance that it was mostly in my head, my reactions, because it was almost 10 o'clock. I'm now scrambling to make it go, and it's like I don't have time to like swear and get pissed off about it. I need to fix this because I'm already 45 minutes late and people are leaving. So yeah, not high on my list of shit to do. But yeah, I figured I had enough F-bombs in my storytelling to kind of make sure I keep that 3.22 minute average. Yeah, learn by doing, definitely. But if there is a cut there, no matter how embarrassing, I will definitely put it, because no matter how embarrassing it is, it's nowhere near as embarrassing as CC's wife going behind him, calling him a fucking idiot and to stop the bullshit. Yeah, I see spin. Maybe I'll do that. You know, it's funny is I've been sort of like on the fence about monetizing, like for super chats and for memberships, stuff like that. Because I do this to do it. It's a very personal reason why I do this. And I enjoy doing it. I enjoy hanging out with you people. I enjoy listening. There's people out there who want to hear my stories and hear me talk. And my daughter's heard every single one of them and rather me stop talking. But like I have an opportunity to interview the reporter who wrote a story about Apollo 11 and a radio operator listening in on the astronaut. He has openly invited me to call him multiple times and to sort out some way that I can record it or do it live and have everyone on it. I think that would be huge for this channel to begin with. It might get some extra people on, like from MC Toon, FTFE, some of the other communities that are kind of shared amongst us who may not have found their way to me to, you know, boost numbers or for whatever reason. I don't really care about the numbers. I mean, I would like to have more than a flurf because they care about numbers. And I look, if you want to point out, like, look, you got 76 subscribers. Yeah, well, you know what? I can also do physics and you fucking can't. So whatever. I thought doing that would be great for the channel, but at the same time, I thought about doing it with super chats would be great because I would donate all those super chats to whatever fund that the reporter, his name's Glenn, would want me to, because he's the reason everyone's there, if that makes sense. Yeah, no shit. Imagine if I started seeing super chats popping up and I go to say thank you and everyone's like, where are you? But I thought that the idea of donating everything to charity would resonate. Like I would never going to do this for money. I do. Look, a couple extra bucks if I get ad revenue, if I get to that point, hey, you know what? Great. I can buy new lights or I can buy more rum. Look, I make plenty of money doing my job the way it is on a day job. It's not, I really like my day job. You know, I really enjoy what I do. I enjoy the people I work with. Now in 2 years, when a new company takes over, who knows where I'll be or what direction I'll be in. But right now I make pretty good money and I enjoy my my job and my life and things like that. And I love doing this as a hobby, as a byproduct. And with that being the case, it's like one of those things of, well, if I'm going to bring somebody on who's going to basically drive the traffic, like someone like Glenn, who had this interview, to me, it makes more sense to look, anything that we get for this, for super chest donations, stuff like that, what charity do you want me to give it to? Because I don't need it. I don't want it. I mean, extra cash is great, but I don't need it. Give it to somebody who's doing this full time. Like I went, what, 2 weeks without a live stream. I did 2 in 1 week. I mean, I've done 2 in the last, 6 days? Fucked up both, but hey, whatever. I'm still working on videos and Resolve because reasons. And that's the thing, Monkey. It's like, I like this community. I love this community. I love this. You guys are like my digital family. We hang out, we play games, we goof off, we give each other shit. It is, all honesty, hanging out with this crew is very similar to being in the Navy again, where we give each other shit. There are no sacred cows. We make fun of each other. We hang out, we play games, we have fun. That camaraderie, that community, I have missed for so long. And I've found it in other places, but I have missed that level there. And I've been part of communities like, I mean, not the Unfornicated, but the DC Dano has been a mod on MC Toon for like over a year. And I've talked to him on X and things like that. And we've talked about different things we can do, that I can do, excuse me, with my daughter for, experiments and stuff. I've talked to various other content providers and stuff like that. And I enjoy being part of that community. But being the person who's doing the talking to the community is fucking weird. But at the same time, it's really fucking fun. And you guys are all a blast to hang out with. That's why I like doing the hey, let's crank up Discord and have everyone hop into a voice channel and let's fuck around and find out, Yeah, Emma, I would probably do, I mean, not the VA is government funded, but I would do it towards, if Glenn doesn't have a particular one, I would donate it to a veteran cause. And I would be very deliberate with that because I believe that when it comes to charities, I have a very specific mind. And I don't remember who said this. I wish I did, but I used to have it printed on my desk. That every good cause, right? And when we talk about like veterans cause, I'm talking about like wounded warrior. I'm talking about like, any selection of things. Any good cause ends up being a business and then ends up being a racket. So anything that I donate to, I meticulously research and I look at, say, how much of every dollar I donate goes to overhead, how much of every one of my dollar goes to mailings and stupid shit, how much of it actually gets put to use. The ones with the highest numbers, those are the ones I donate to. The ones with I'm a lifetime member of the VFW. 60 cents of a dollar goes to administrative and fucking mailings and things like that and sponsorships and stuff like that. And it's like, not how I want my money to go. You really want to throw money at me. As long as you don't expect me to strip on camera for that money, we'll be okay. Because this is not a scene that you want to see. Honor Flight. Yeah, Honor Flight's a good one. So we have one here periodically that goes, we haven't had one in a while because of the area I'm in isn't necessarily, even though I'm like right near West Point. And the local airport is literally half Marine and Air National Guard base and half civilian airport. It is not like the honor flights are mostly, they started with World War II vets being able to go see their World War II memorial because they didn't have one. And now it's expanded beyond that. But like we didn't have a lot of World War II vets because, well, it's a little late in the game for them. Case in point, Navajo code talkers. There was 300 or 400 total in the entire war across all the services. There are exactly 2 left. 2. The last one died in October of last year at 107. That's really cool. No, Emma, no, you know what? No, and I don't mean to dismiss the VA at all. I mean, it's because I know that you're not from here. So the VA is government funded, but there are lots of veteran charities out there. And I try to research them because I want to give to people who actually do shit, not pocket shit. So, but there are plenty that go out there and stuff like that. Forget about monetization. Whatever. You snot gobbling little shit, get your ass over here is an invitation to a party. I worked with some SIGINT guys in the British Navy, and I also worked with the Australian Navy. And yeah, the Aussies, God, we were in Kowloon, which is the mainland China side of Hong Kong. Still part of the Hong Kong area, and it was still under British rule at the time. And I met up with some Aussies and some Brits who were on a exercise with us, multinational exercise. And they were intelligence weenies like me. So we met up at not Hard Rock. What's the other one? Hollywood. What's the Hollywood one that was run by like Sylvester Stallone? Anyway, some chain restaurant we ended up in, and then we met there, had dinner, and then we just started going off. I don't remember the rest of the night because we were doing shots and then beers, shots in beers. And like these guys get to drink on the boat. I don't. And I'm also a 20-year-old kid. Oh, I got my ass handed to me. But apparently I was funny and fun enough that I was given the honor of being an honorary Aussie. So I looked them up when I got back to Perth on our return trip. I hung out with them for 2 days. They took me out doing random shit out in the dunes. Yeah, it was, I met some really cool people. CK was saying you have a kickstand. Well, it just depends on, whether or not you're standing on your feet or if you're on your knees. Yeah, the honor flight is such a cool thing. I do support that one, and I do support. I do volunteer work for them when I was with the VFW and stuff like that to kind of go out, knock on doors, get people arranged to get their times together and stuff like that. But Planet Hollywood, that's it. Yeah, Planet Hollywood. So we started at Planet Hollywood, had food. I don't, not my choice. I don't know if it was the Aussies or the Brits, but someone decided to meet there, and there was also Hard Rock. I can go to these in Vegas anytime. Why would I want to go to these in Hong Kong? Let's do something else. But we went there, and then we ended up in um, we ended up in a British bar. What was the area? The area was Lai Kwang Fong, I think was the area. That might be the Tokyo area. I lose track. No, that was Roppongi. So I think Hong Kong was Lai Kwang Fong. It's a section of the city where a lot of the bars are, and we bounced between a British bar called Mad Dogs that had the most awesome shirt in the world. It was like this abstract shirt of a tiger, and it said "Dying for sex, tigers are." And I'm like, I need 3 of those, please, because I thought that was really cool. We drank Guinness because it was on sale until we were basically full. Then we switched to Grolsch beer, which is got to be some of the shittiest beer, unless you're already drunk, possible. And then we bounced over to a Russian bar that was called the Yelts Inn. And there I bought a hammer and sickle shirt to wear when I was on general quarters to piss off my lieutenant. That was fun. Yes. And you know what? It's the storytelling that I love. Like, I mean, my grandfather was in the army. He was a tank driver. He lied about his age. He was driving a tank before he had a license. He was in France for VE Day. He lived in a bombed out building for a while. I have pictures of him. I will have to find them of him leaning up against his tank in his tank overalls with a top hat and a cane as they celebrate VE Day and the idea that they're going to be going home. You know what? How about this, DP? What we'll do is we can do this. We'll each think of a single cause, and we can do one of 2 things. We can rotate them on days that for 3 days. Today's Dan's charity of this. Today is DP's charity of this. I almost said the wrong name. Today is Mike's charity of this. And any donations for that day for our live stream, something like that, goes to that charity. Or we can have the community decide which of our 3 charities it goes to, and it just goes to that. I like the idea of kind of spreading it around to our 3 charities. And we can also do, like, we can ask within our own Discord what people want to do. Like, obviously with me, it's going to be a veteran charity, pure and simple. The only other charity that I would openly put to is the ASPCA for animals. Because I need to be in their good graces when when the warranty is up on my daughter and I have to give her back. Yeah, community vote, because we're great at that shit. Yeah, just like our zoo crew designs, we're great at deciding on those ones. Just for the record, all 3 of us have picked our winners. We were talking about originally doing this weekend, but then DP is going to go, spend some time with his lady friend. So we'll do that as soon as we possibly can and get that running. Yeah, and I agree, DP, because we're gonna have a great time regardless. Like I already told DP that if we end up in Florida, I'm paying for him to go to Disney World because A, I want to see that, and B, I want to see what rides he can't get on because he's too short. Um, but I can do that. I have time off to take. I have the money to burn. I have I can save up for it if I need to. We're gonna rent a car and go down and have gas. We have 3 drivers, although I don't know if DP should drive because he'll probably be on the wrong side of the road. Don't need that ticket or jail time. But yeah, I mean, my thing coming out of it is having a great time. I don't think I'll laugh as hard as I will with the 3 of us in a car doing stupid shit. Because I'm just picturing like 3 phones on the dashboard. Well, at least my phone, because I have unlimited data, live streaming like CC hanging from the, like, how he does, like when he hangs it from the rear view and doing karaoke. And I don't know, if you play a ukulele, you're probably easier to pack than a guitar. Just doing stupid shit, pulling pranks on each other. Whoever falls asleep first gets a dick and, drawn on their face with a Sharpie marker, typical stuff. You're going to fight R2D2. He's got you on height and reach, but I'm scrappy. I'm taking all 12 guitars. Are you fucking moving? Well, you might as well bring, if you're planning on ICE deporting you back. And like we said in Mike's stream, if we don't get you deported, or at least told don't come back, we did not do it right, and we'll have to do it again. Maybe we'll do it in Australia and make sure that they don't let us back. Yeah, Rob, and it's funny because there's, with the PTSD thing, and for the longest time, the Americans, veterans, were committing suicide at a rate of 22 a day. And there's a few charities like Mission 22 and a few other ones that it's about community, it's about peer support. There's some groups I'm in that we have a mutual hobby. I'm part of what's called the Veterans Militia. It's part of a paintball group. They do tournament paintball, and they also do recreational paintball. And it's just part of a group that I'm in, and it's about a community. But the biggest thing about that community is that we support each other. We peer support each other. If someone's having a bad day, we're there for them. And the interesting thing about PTSD that I'll learn, and I'll get a little bit on the soapbox here, is that, and I found this out specifically with this group, and I'm in other groups too. So I started the Veterans Militia for mountain biking, but then I got tasked with work and stuff like that, and I couldn't get that off the ground. But the same guys that are doing the paintball are helping me do that as well. But it's the funny thing is, and it's sad, and at the same time, is that it's not like funny, haha, but it's like odd that I know that I can go into that group, and it's mostly derived from Facebook, and I could send a note saying, "Hey, I'm having a bad night. Is anyone available to talk?" I will have 12 messages at least of people saying, "Hey, I'm free. What do you need? Hey, where are you at? I can drive up. Hey, what's going on?" And they'll do it at the drop of a hat. And if someone sees it 6 hours later, they'll still touch base with me to see how I am and what's going on, and make sure I'm okay. Then, and I've been that guy who's been there. "Hey, I'm 4 hours away. Are you good for 4 hours, or you want me to find someone closer to hang out with you?" But if any one of them has that bad night, they're more apt to say that they're not having a bad night because they think it's a bother. They don't want to be a bother. They don't want to be troublesome to somebody else, even though they would do it for anyone else in that group in a heartbeat. So the idea that I had was like, let's not call it asking for help anymore. Instead, we're calling it work. I'm asking for company, because the idea is that it's usually nighttime when we don't have access to medical services and things like that, and support, that the issues arise. And with that being the case, if we have company that supports us and is there for us through the night, when the sun rises, the demons aren't as scary, and we have access to the help and troubles, that we need. So it was a small change in wording, but made a huge impact, where I'm not asking for help. I'm not being in trouble. I'm just asking for company. Yeah, there are some groups that do they do group group trips to go hunting, like out in Montana. They go out and go like whitewater rafting. They do a bunch of other things too. I've been part of those groups. I haven't really done any of the trips themselves. I don't actually suffer from from something that's diagnosed as PTSD to a level that is I'm a disabled veteran. I probably could get my tinnitus that's been ringing off the hook tonight. I could probably get that for a disability rating of like, say, 10%. But to me, it's not really worth the effort or worth the struggle to get to that 10%. It's not like they're going to cut me a check every month after that. They can't improve my hearing. It's not like they're going to, so I'll start wearing hearing aids, I guess. I don't know. It's, what? It's just something I deal with. Vlad is live. Speaking of veterans. Yes, you're right, Rob. They can be very supportive. And there's other communities too outside of that. Like, I'm part of veterans groups that are, I'm part of like WhatsApp. I got veteran groups that are on other social medias. Right now, some of the problems we're having with veterans groups right now is going to be access to our information from people who shouldn't have it. That includes medical service records, things like that. Just bullshit. Vlad and I are going to be having a conversation, I hope soon, once the Navy gets off its ass and gets my request filled, and we'll have a conversation. Because either he can have the conversation with me or I'll have it without him. One of the two. Emma was actually bringing up a valid point, that she would like to see, like, because we're talking about veterans and stuff like that, was like a stream with like FTFE and me, because we're both Navy vets, and maybe we can find another Navy vet who's also in the debunker crowd, and like, do a round table where we're sharing stories, laughing, and just basically being the degenerates that veterans are when we start having alcohol. I think I would be up for that. I think that would be a cool stream. Ooh, all the rum was at the bottom. Yeah, CK, you live in an area where, well, you're the first to legalize weed, so there's a lot of people who move there on principle alone. But yeah, there's a lot of things that goes that way. See a lot of insults going to come. Yeah, there's one thing that veterans can do is talk shit, and they talk shit to each other. And the funny thing is you're allowed, another veteran is allowed to talk shit to another veteran, right? And most of the time we'll laugh it off or we'll just give shit back. But if you're not a veteran, you talk shit to a veteran. Like, if you go and call a Marine a jarhead or a crayon eater or something like that, and you're not a veteran, I don't want to pay your medical bills. But we are notorious for brutal takedowns and one-liners to each other. And there are no sacred cows. Like, when you're on deployment and you're sitting on your 12-hour shift and you're bored as fuck and you've got nothing going on, what do? You start talking shit. So somebody's younger sister, older sister, or mom, cousin, none of those are sacred cows. They're fair game. And you better have a thick skin. And if you don't have a thick skin, you're going to get one quick, because if someone finds out that's the button to push, they're going to be just like, they're going to be like that, they're going to be like the little kid with the button, just over and over and over again for 6 months. You are going to have a shitty 6 months. Yeah, grunt is a good one. So in the U.S. military, we have the Navy is basically squids. The Army is basically grunts. The Marines are jarheads. We also call them crayon eaters. Specifically within the Army, the infantry, we call them window lickers. You know, they're like snozberries, I guess. It's a specific group. The Air Force, we call them bus drivers, wing nuts, or zoomies. Take your pick. It's definitely a Bond thing, and it's you know what though, it's like, it's that adage, misery loves company, and there's a lot of misery at 6 months at sea, because you don't get a choice in where you're going. You don't get a choice in what ports you get to go into or how long you get to stay in port. You don't get a choice in a lot of things. And while ship life is not terrible, there's a reason why that the Department of Corrections tried to use old Navy ships as prison ships, and somebody ruled it as cruel and unusual punishment. I mean, maybe I'll head down to the Intrepid and I'll take some, or I'll go next time I'm in California, I'll go out to the Ranger and, or is it the Midway, whichever one it is. I'll take some video of the berthing areas, the mess decks, the things like that, and kind of I'll give you guys a remote tour, so to speak. Maybe I'll live stream it or something. It'll be interesting. My grandfather's dead, and he will still kick your ass for talking shit. Absolutely. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. So I have 4 uncles and 1 aunt who was Navy. I have 2 grandfathers that were Army. I have 2 great grandfathers that were Army. On my mom's or my dad's side, I think I traced back military service, never skipping more than 1 generation and going all the way back to before the Revolutionary War. So technically, I can apply for Sons of the Revolution, which is another fraternal group. Not that I will, but I always found it interesting. I had in my family line, there was a father and son who served together from Kansas for the North, served together during the Civil War. Yeah, DP, same. When my military friends found out that that was in the cards, yeah, my phone and email and messenger and anything they can do to get a hold of me was full of shit. And for those who don't know, in the military, we have a term for a specific type of person that we refer to as Jody. If you don't know what that is, look it up, and you can kind of infer from that what my particular circumstances were regarding that part of my life. Yeah, Marines are a very different type. Very prideful, very, there is no such thing as a former Marine. I know Marines in their 60s who could still probably fit in their uniforms from when they were, like in their 20s because they were that insistent. They kept up everything. That's fucked up, DP. That's a little, that's pretty fucked up. It's funny, but that's fucked up. Actually, let me make sure that that's still a thing. All right, Tori, we will see you later. All right, guys, we are at 12:30 minus the hour-long wait. We are at 2.5 hours. You know what? I think now is a good time to hold on. I just found something that looks interesting to me. I may be in a rabbit hole for the next half hour. That's funny. Yeah, I just looked up that same military term I was talking about, and I found out that there's a running cadence for that from the Marine Corps. Foxworth, you're not missing anything. Trust me. When they say it's a piece of paper, they really mean it. Yeah, Rob, you're absolutely right. I will say this: there's been many of times where I have been in um, an establishment that serves alcohol, and being in San Diego where I was stationed, there are a lot of Marines and a lot of sailors. Now, at the time that I was in, the Marines were part of the Department of the Navy. Now, the Marines will say that's the men's department of the Navy because they have to make up something. We call them bastard stepchildren or Uncle Sam's misguided children. The sibling rivalry between those two goes beyond one-liners of a Marine Corps dinner plate as a reference to the front of the dress blue pants, the 13-button flap. It goes beyond them calling us God only knows how many different names. And inevitably, when you're full of testosterone in your 20s and have alcohol, someone will say something or do something that will piss off the others. And I have been privileged to and participated in a free-for-all in the middle of the bar between Marines and Navy. And as soon as someone that was civilian jumped in the middle of it, because you can tell us all apart very easily, mostly by haircuts, especially in the Marines, that turned into military on civilian in the span of a hat, or just a drop of a hat and a flip of a coin. And when that was done, went back to our Navy versus Marines until basically everyone was tired and just went home, or the cops came and we all ran in a different direction. Rob, no shit. So I live not far from the U.S. Army Academy, and there's a bunch of second lieutenants who graduate every year, and they do land nav around me. You know how many times I've driven by the course and see them standing on the side of the road trying to figure out where the fuck they are? Fun times. Nothing worse than a butter bar trying to reinvent the wheel. And land nav is reinventing the wheel for them for some reason. But if I was in a bar full of Marines, I knew damn well that I was going to be able to walk out of that place. It's a 1-star review for me at best. Do not recommend. What? I think 1 star is if we have to give a star rating, then definitely 1. But if I can give less than that, I definitely would. But I will say this: I got a one of my favorite people out of the deal. So, and she turns 14 in a week, exactly 1 week from now. No, icy spin. A sandy crack is not a happy crack. A sandy crack is a painful crack. Yeah, I'd much rather be stuck between a rock and a hard place than have sand in my crack because spend enough time in the sandbox, you get sand in your crack no matter where you are. Learned a valuable lesson when we were sandboarding, I guess you can call it, the dunes in Bahrain. Don't, or was it UAE? Either way, one of the stops in the Arabian Gulf. Don't fall, whatever you do, because sand gets everywhere. Yeah, 14 going on 30. Yeah, 60 grit, exactly. And no matter how much time you shower, it's not coming out the way you think it is. Like, you might as well just spend the day in the shower. And you can't do that on a ship because, well, at least on an aircraft carrier, not, I mean, we didn't have necessarily a freshwater problem per se. But smaller ships could have freshwater problems to where you're either showering with salt water or you're getting rationed, which sucks because everybody stinks on a ship. Absolutely, DP. Do not get sand on your dark side. All right, somehow there's still 18 of you watching. I don't know why. It's midnight, or actually it's 12:30. I'm not that entertaining. You must be bored. It's Thursday night. There's nothing going on, right? Is that what it is? Tell you about Liv. What about Liv? She might be watching in the living room for all I know. Hey, Foxworth, and that's the case. If you're getting sand in your crack, that means you're letting her do the driving, and you need to protect yourself and take over. Have I ever cut my outro out early by mistake? Actually, I don't think I have. I actually make it a point of making sure it finishes and then counting to like 10 and then hitting the stop. Nowhere else to be. Hey, I can appreciate that, Rob. And I appreciate you being here. Yes, we've had outros without audio before because I was fucking around with the audio and couldn't figure it out. We also played games that required audio without audio and tried to struggle through it. That was fun. All right, so tell you about Liv. Okay, so I don't want to go too much about it. So Liv is my daughter, my only daughter. She is turning 14. One of my favorite people in the whole wide world. Probably because she's a lot like me. Wicked smart for her own good, and getting better at one-liners, which scares me. Looking forward to high school next year. She was talking about some of her electives that she wants to take. Apparently she wants to be a lawyer or for the English solicitor. She's going to be doing mock trial as a freshman. as well as band, jazz ensemble, because she plays a clarinet, and maybe drama because she works on crew. I don't know. She runs the lights for all the plays that they do. Wicked smart. Yeah, she is wicked smart. Um, she, yeah, she's definitely a daddy's girl to an extent. But you know, we definitely enjoy our time together. We do karaoke in my Jeep. We on some occasions we always make time to talk and to, you know, share about our day and to you know, nothing structured. It's not like we, you know, we sit around at the kitchen table, just the two of us with a dog begging. It's just that's just, you know, how we do it. So we'll talk in the car or whatnot, and you know, we'll talk about just random things. But definitely one of my favorite people to hang out with. She is by far one of the more interesting teenagers that I know because she she can be a she can be a pistol. Let's put it that way. But let's put it this way: if I was comfortable with her being online, you guys would get a kick out of her. I think you guys would thoroughly enjoy just her personality. Yeah, Rob, no shit. And the funny thing is, and here's something interesting about Better Life. Like when I got out of the Navy, there was exactly fuck all to do that I could do with my job because it was classified. The only college credits I got was for typing. I got 2 college credits for typing. The radio man who had a shorter or lesser clearance than I did, who did the exact same fucking job, walked out with almost an associate's degree. So when you come out of the military in signals intelligence, you literally have one job that you can have, and that's in Fort Meade, Maryland, at NSA. Doesn't really translate into civilian world very often. But since I was in communications and I learned how to troubleshoot equipment and I learned how to troubleshoot radio equipment specifically, you can apply that same troubleshooting skill set regardless of the medium. It could be fiber optics, it could be copper, it could be whatever. It's literally the same thing, just a different medium. So I leveraged that into working for an internet service. Well, first for a competitive local exchange company, a phone company that became an internet service provider from there. So I came out of the military and said, you know, fuck off, see you later. And went into telecom, and I haven't left yet. I've tried to leave a few times, but I keep coming back. Pays good. I'm actually good at it. Doesn't require a whole lot of effort for me. So what can I say? But no, I cannot fix your home router. No, I cannot call the internet provider that you have. They all suck, including mine. I can't even get my own company to provide my service. I have to use one of our competitors who is terrible. Spectrum, if you're watching, exactly. Yeah, Telex, same thing. Yeah. You know, like the old, like when I first started in telecommunications, T1s were the big thing. Everyone was ordering a T1 because you needed 4 wires and you could get 24 phone call or phone lines out of it. And that was what everybody wanted. And I'm still in telecom, and now I have customers requesting not 4 wires, but 400 gig. Time changed real quick. Actually, I think SpaceX is one of our customers. Sorry, I'm checking my messages because the entire stream, my phone's been going off and I haven't checked it. And I figured I might want to. So, yeah, F you, Spectrum. Exactly. I wish I was retiring, but I made some stupid ass decisions with my retirement fund. One of the companies I was working for, they had a employee company stock option plan, so they would give you stock options. Now, if you stayed in the company, you could cash those in based on how long you had them, and they just took out whatever the option was. So if they gave you 100 shares at $10, that means that you could either pay $10 for the 100, you can pay them $1,000, $10 a share, and it's yours outright. Or when you cash them in, you just paid $1,000 out of your funds after you cash them in. When you left the company, you had a certain amount of time to buy those shares outright, and they would be yours. So you got them at a discount. So me and some friends teamed up and we thought, look, we're in our 20s. Let's dump some money into this. We believe in the company. Let's buy a bunch of shares. And as people are leaving, because everyone's always leaving in telecom, people are jumping to different companies because of benefits and pay raises and all this other stuff. It was like the Wild West. People are constantly leaving. Well, they would lose their shares. So we would pay for the share price, and then we would pay them for the shares. So let's say like there's 100 shares at $10. Well, we would pay them, let's say the stock was at $20. We would pay them at like, say, $12 to $15, whatever we negotiated at. So they would get some money back. We are paying for the shares themselves, and they're going to us, and we were doing that. We had a shit ton of money on paper. And then the company filed bankruptcy on a Wednesday, right after a call on a Monday that said, keep buying that company stock. We're doing great. Yeah. That sent me back a couple decades. Foxworth, my really good friend has Xfinity. He lives just a little ways down the road from me. He can't get Spectrum, but he can get Fios to his house, and he can get Xfinity fiber to his house. I can't. I got coax, and he hates Xfinity. I hate Spectrum. And when we talk, and since we both work for the same company as a service provider, we just sit there and like, thank God we don't work for them. Imagine what that's like. U.S. military is one of our customers. Oh, nice. Like USA MRID? What the hell's that? Oh, U.S. Army Medical Research. For infectious diseases. Oh, Fort Dix. The Army version of the CDC. I think that's Fort Dix, isn't it? Well, and that was the funny thing is like we had to go through all the chemical, biological, and radiological warfare, how to survive it and stuff like that, blah, 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 blah. Fort Detrick, not Fort Dix, Fort Detrick. I was close. I think Fort Dix is in Jersey. Look, it's Army. I don't know. There's so many of them. No, you can volunteer. Just get paid first. Never volunteer on credit. That's a mistake waiting to happen. I was in the parking lot and I felt dick. Thank you, CC. I need to work on a soundboard for CC and a few others. Yeah, Cygnus, for me, when I started thinking about it, I'm like, holy shit, how long have I been doing this? Like, I was talking to one of the, I hate to use this term, one of the old timers, and kind of found out we've been in the business for the same amount of years, more or less. He's been in like 2 or 3 years longer than me. We were talking about what it was like when T1s were a thing, and when frame relay was a thing, and when fiber turned into a thing, and then Ethernet turned into a thing, and then the internet blew up, and it was like, holy shit, it was like a rundown, like, it's like you might as well be drinking on a bar, and like the rundown of technology and telephony, how it basically evolved in such a short amount of time. Cygnus, is Dix in Jersey? ISD and the DSL. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm up by West Point. So yeah. Yeah, you and I are in the same neighborhood. Well, yeah, Emma, in that case, the voice channel is more or less for group chats, getting people on, yes, stuff like that. Thinking about changing up the visuals going on in my on the channel. I don't know yet. I'm still debating. No, born and raised in Cali, Cygnus, and then I moved to the East Coast. So I came out of the military saying I'm not going to work at NSA because I want to move to the East Coast. 3 years later, I moved to the East Coast. So still on the East Coast because my daughter's here, and I've lived in Boston. I've lived in near New York City, where I am now, and so I still consider Cali home. But yeah, I'm here now. I've been here for a while. A music channel, which we can play music and play PP. I was to talk to DP or somebody else. Someone can set that up by all means. I don't have a problem with that. I don't even know how to add songs to DP's one. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm happy to let be done. When have you known me to give a shit about much of anything? Like, you guys are allowed to do whatever you want. No. That's the Air Force Academy is in Colorado. Army Academy is in New York. The Navy Academy and Marine Corps Academy is in Maryland. You know, it's funny. I spent, I don't know, 40 minutes trying to write the description, and I had one that I thought was pretty good. And I'm like, you know what? Let me let me put this through spell check first and foremost, and I said, let me put this through AI to make sure that I have all the tones right, because past and present tense, I always fuck those up because I don't really care. And typically when I'm done with a script after I've written it a few times, I put it through ChatGPT because I know this is what some conspiracy theorist is going to do, because Grok is, like I've said before, my playground is X or Twitter. I guess Twix, I guess is what DB calls it. Is the best way to call it. So I know that they'll take my script or whatever I write and they will put it into Grok, and whatever Grok says, they'll just post. No critical thinking skills, nothing. They'll just post whatever Grok says. Doesn't matter if it says I'm right or it says I'm wrong or what, they'll just post. So I take it a point of taking my script and I punch it through a few different AIs. And I check it for accuracy and I check it for uh, counterpoints, so to speak. And the one time I did it is I, it was like, tell me, kind of like what you think of this script. And it was funny. One AI gave me a glowing fucking review. The next AI gave me like, you're going to like disenfranchise all your viewers. And when I did this, and it was, I forgot which one I was working on. I think it was working on the Catharsis one for whole speed, which has math. And AI is typically bad at math. So when I punched it through, one told me I was wrong. One told me I was right, sort of. And one said, oh, yeah, perfect. I'm like, great. So then I started saying, well, what would make it quote unquote right? And when I saw what the answers were, I'm like, okay, no, you're wrong. Like, you can't do math. All right, thanks for playing. I appreciate that. Thank you for your opinion. It is now deemed invalid because you suck. But I've been seeing it more and more anymore. They'll take a transcript from a YouTube video, punch it through an AI, and be like, oh, look, you're wrong here. And it's like, you realize at the bottom of the page, it says that AI can be wrong and to check your facts. Oh, Rob, that's success. DP, I think you and I need to talk about how to turn my phone and or tablet and or laptop into a or my other screen here, because I have a small touch screen that I think I showed this before. I originally got this specifically. Let me bring it over here and hold it next to me. Small screen, this to kind of like sit up a little bit on my desk so I can look at text here and my camera is here, so that way it looks like I'm looking at the camera. One problem. The resolution is so fucking small, I can't even see it with my glasses. But if I can turn it into buttons and turn it into use the touchscreen portion of it for a Stream Deck, so I don't have to pay $200 for a Stream Deck, I'm all for that. Free is free. Emma, thank you for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you soon. Yeah, Rob, I'm sorry to hear that. That does suck. I'm glad it's operable and you'll be okay. But yeah, that feeling that it's out of your hands is not your choice sucks ass deeply. Ooh, DP, you're my buddy. You're my pal. You're my hero. Thank you. And Cygnus, you're absolutely right. They are very good. Oh God, I'll have to look. I think I have it bookmarked. There was somebody, I believe he was from China, had bookmarked the inputs that Shame Saint Plagiaire was using for his flat GPT. And he was able to see the inputs. And like the input was from Shame that you are the ardent skeptic of the heliocentric model and don't believe anything about gravity, blah, blah, blah. Like he prefaced it with like a role-playing prompt. So anytime a flat earther or conspiracy theorist, something like that, posts something, my first question is, what was the prompt? If you're saying I'm wrong, tell me what your prompt is that you use. Show me your prompt and the output at the same time. Because, yeah, I can make it say whatever I want to too, but let me show you what I put in for my prompt and why it says I'm right. You show me what you put in for your prompt and show me where I was wrong. Oh, cool. Oh, shit. Fuck me. I have 15 messages, 16 messages in Discord. I guess I should have been paying attention. uh oh, I'm way goddamn, I am so far behind. Holy shit. Oh, look, CK was nice enough to send me at 9:20. Are you getting the last 5 slides and running late? I'm going to listen to TDDS and wait on you too. If I was listening, if I was reading, if I wasn't actually presenting, I would have saw that come up on my phone or on my screen. I would have been like, oh shit, look, I'm not fucking transmitting. Oops. Yeah, I appreciate that, CK. You tried. That was funny. All right, let me download this. Let me open this.
That from a data med.
Here.
The bit they're presupposing is.
Let me move this. Oakley's such a terrible individual. I really don't like him at all. Tori was nice enough to provide a screen capture of the chat where I went off the rails when I realized I said, someone fucking kill me. My mouse did register the go, didn't, I meant to say didn't. I couldn't even type that right. My mouse didn't register the go live button. I have literally been going on for the last 45 minutes to no one but my own damn recording. God, Oakley just makes me want to just fucking, I'm not prone to violence, but shit, that shit stain is a different story. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to play a quick song. I wish I had a video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fucking cheat. I'm going to put a video. I'm going to put a Navy video of an aircraft carrier because everyone seems to like watching those. I'm going to play the Dan the Pirate song so I can go use the restroom. Stop this stupidity. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you can love all of us. I remind you of your brother. I hope you like your brother. Look, I literally dropped my, it was funny. I did something, you know, I'm going to come back to that. Let's not have my ADHD fucking start going off the rails here. All right, let me put up a video real quick. Let me play my song. Let's, oh, you know what we should do? Let me see if I can find. Oh, here you go. Here's some scary shit. What happens when an arresting cable breaks on a U.S. aircraft
It's a
carrier?
classic image. A U.S. Navy
All
pilot
right, so
flying
first
toward the
things first,
aircraft.
we have to mute this fucking thing because I don't need that coming out through there. There we go. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to play this.
Yo ho, a pirate's hypo. Yo, Aquaman chilling with the fishes. Think you're smarter than a foot with your
Christ.
physics. It's well, you're damn right, brains overflowing. Plus, let's be honest, that charisma showing. And you're damn sexy with that fluffy white hair. Oh, wait a minute, hold up, that's a CC wig, I swear. CC's your best shtick, DC's life box. You tricking all the landlubbers with your visual coup. You see my Small business, telecom, science galore, but your jokes straight from the gutter's dirty floor. Got a sharp mind and a wicked tongue, making us laugh till our stomachs hung. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo ho. You gave us a home when Mike ditched us in the lurch. You're the architect of awesome, standing tall as a church. Oh, the ladies are dying to see you in your uniform, sailor. Got 'em weak in the knees, a scientific bailer. And the boys are green with envy, a jealous verdant hue. Cause you're packing brains and humor, it's undeniably true. You see, more business, telecom, science galore, but your jokes straight from the gutter's dirty floor. Got a sharp mind and a wicked tongue, making us laugh till our stomachs hung. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo ho. You coined our name, Zoo Crew, a motley, horny team. With you as our captain, we're weathering every stream. From understanding radio waves to sinking pints of beer, you're the best damn zookeeper, and crazy as fuck, oh dear. Oh! Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. Dan's at the helm, gonna brighten up our day. Anchors away, my boys, anchors away. With Dan at the wheel, we're happily led astray. Drink up me hearties, yo ho. We're rinsing falling seas, Dan.
And I forgot the transition. So you guys can watch the video.
Makes you #1. Zoo Crew forever, drink to the foam. Anchors away, happy voyage, Dan. Until we meet again, another day. Yo ho, a pirate's hypho.
So yeah, interesting things when cables break. There's actually a picture or a video of a E2 Hawkeye that is almost to a complete stop at the end of the flight deck when this cable snaps, and they have to go full power, and it's a prop plane, not a jet plane. They have to go full power. You see it drop off the edge, and I guarantee you they dragged that ass end through the water, and you see it just slowly climbing up, and they rescued that plane. Those two pilots. Now, here's the funny thing: the E2 Hawkeye is not fly-by-wire. Everything is hydraulics and manual. Like when you watch a landing with an E2 Hawkeye, they are manually moving all of the control surfaces. It's like driving like a VW Bug with loose steering. And those guys ended up getting a Navy Cross, I believe it was, or a Navy Flight Medal or Air Medal for saving that plane from falling into the ocean. It was fucking unreal. But yeah, I've seen video of snap. I've never been actually around the snap. I've never been around a barricade landing. I have been on a ramp strike with an F-14 that crashed into the deck into a fiery ball. Yeah, interesting all the way around. Yeah, here, let me switch back. Yeah, there's some old ass planes. For me, I think my first deployment, I was able to. Oh, there's an F-18 being pulled from the water. My first deployment, we had A6 intruders as an attack plane, and we had 2 squadrons of F-14s, 1 squadron of F-18s, and we had the EA-6Bs. And in my next deployment, we had only one squadron of F-14 Tomcats. Everything else was F-18s and no A-6s. The A-6s were replaced by the F-18 Hornet. Yeah, so you see these cables right here. I mean, they're like braided. They're huge. They're like 2 inches around. They're like, you can literally replace one in seconds, like in between landings if you have to. Hey, DP, you know what? I agree with that. I think everyone should aspire to be basically an adult version of kids' morning TV, because you're on in the morning for me, and it's a nice change than some of the other stupid shit that I was watching previously. And you know what I allude to, and this is what I did is, oh, I know what I was gonna do. I dropped 4 of my scripts into ChatGPT and says, and I basically asked it, what is the tone of this channel? And it fed me, hold on, let me see if I can find it again. I found it hilarious what it said. Let me do a search. So it said, military grade sarcasm meets historical clarity, and where bullshit goes to die. Let's see. Let me see what else. I saved this. So yeah, I attached like 4 scripts to it and said, here, read these, check them for accuracy. He did. Then I went back to him and said, all right, now describe the tone. And it was rather comical. I have to wait. I'm trying to find where it went here. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, here we go. High impact, foul mouth intel briefing disguised as entertainment. One by a Navy vet with 0 tolerance for conspiracy crap and infinite respect for unsung weirdos who actually get shit done. My tone is aggressively informed. You're not just spitting facts, you're kicking them through the front door. Satirical as hell. Think last night or last week tonight if it was hosted by a pissed off E6 with a clearance and a grudge. I think I like that one. Yes, Rob, if you saw an E2 Hawkeye with a radar dome on top of it, a big pizza on top of it, that was the AWACS. Explicit, irreverent, and absolutely educational. And here, let me switch over here. Let me go back to this transition. There we go. Oh, he actually said I was educational, which I almost took offense to. Let's see. No heroes, no capes, no chill, just historical truth wrapped in tactical profanity and backed by military-grade storytelling. I guess my military part comes out pretty hard on my foul language, I guess, is where it comes from. I don't know how it gets that. Content pillars, debunking conspiracies. You don't just disprove it, you eviscerate it. Military history with a bite. I like the fact that, you know, it plays up to my ego. This is pretty cool. From Codebreakers to Cyber Warriors, you spotlight the weird, brilliant, and unsung. If it involves intercepts, encryption, or electromagnetic chaos, it's fair game. It's called Knowing Elaine. The weekly STD report. Oh God, I always forget about this one. A signature segment torching viral nonsense with facts and fire. Rob, if you have not been around for the weekly STD report, I think that was on last Saturday's stream. It's a, well, it's a military term, and it doesn't mean standards. It means literally socially transmitted disinformation. So think of it this way. Remember the reports you would get, you go to like, you know, a port of call about the STDs that are, you know, available for the working ladies there and the mind your manners and wrap your junk and stuff like that. Well, I decided to take it one step further from going from gonorrhea to like flat earth. So my design, I actually designed a sweatshirt for it, and it's like my ongoing joke of the weekly STD report and how to protect yourself because misinformation is viral. Let's see. Who's my intended audience? Let's see. Does this, let's see if this applies to you guys. Military vets, skeptics, nerds, history buffs, and anyone who's tired of watching idiots butcher science and history online. I like that one. Oh, here you go. Rob, you're going to love these. Tagline candidates for the channel. Where facts report for duty and disinformation gets fragged. Debunking nonsense with style, sarcasm, and intelligence. The only channel where unfucking is a mission set. I like that one. I think that's my new plus. I like that one. So yeah, I appreciate ChatGPT like phoning it in and basically stroking my ego. That was a two-handed stroke job if there ever was one. Oh, thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's if you go to the live tab, there's a few. I've been slow rolling my long form videos because, well, I suck at editing and I have not had the time to sit down and actually like properly do a tutorial. Like I got so fed up. I was talking to Michaela about what it's going like how much easier it is on a Mac, and I was going to spend the money to buy a Mac versus maybe take a day off and learn how to do shit on like YouTube. Because why not? I mean, why do something easy when you could fuck it up entirely? I mean, that's the way I look at it. Well, Rob, if you're subscribing, then that makes you a card-carrying member of the Zoo Crew. So we welcome you to our dysfunctional and highly feral and wild family. I think that's the best way of putting it. Michaela, hello. And for those who don't know, Michaela is one of our mods over at Discord and keeps shit going because I don't. Because I know absolutely not what I'm doing. She asks me questions and I say yes, and then she makes them happen. It works out great. And then she asks me, what am I doing? And then if I can't provide an answer, then I guess that means I need to readjust what I'm doing. Hold on one moment. Why the fuck are you still up at 1 o'clock in the morning? Go to bed. Good night. Go to bed. I don't hate you. I'm wondering why you're up at 1 o'clock in the morning because you're going to be tired of school tomorrow and your mother's going to kill me. All right, hold on. All right, excuse me for one moment because I don't want her on camera. I'm going to go get my hug for good night.
Ooh, shut up.
Yeah, I'm going to
Be quieter.
hang it up.
I thought you were talking to me in my dreams. Oh, you're just yapping.
She thought I was talking to her while she dreamt, as opposed to, no, I'm still fucking streaming. Yeah, eventually, you know, maybe when she gets to, maybe when she gets to be about 16, maybe I'll see if she wants to pop on camera or something like that. I work for an internet service provider. I know the stupid shit that goes on online because I'm the guy who has to deal with, you know, like warrants and shit. And I know all too well the the pervs who are online, and I don't want my daughter having to deal with that shit. So that's where I lean. And not to mention, it's one thing if I'm going to, I guess you can say, dox myself, you know, to an army of conspiratorial idiots. I can handle myself. I can, you know, I'm not saying I'm going to fight everybody. I can handle myself. I can handle the abuse. I can handle the death threat messages. Not that I've gotten any yet, but I'm sure some will make their way towards my direction. I've already been, you know, told to do a couple different things to adversely affect my health. But anyway, I can handle those. I have a thick skin. I don't really give a shit what anybody honestly thinks. Outside of like the zoo crew and like, you know, the little digital family that we have. Excuse me. But you know, someone who's a lot more fragile than that, no. Fuck no. You guys, I don't need that. I mean, if I did let's put it this way, if I did a membership stream that I know the members are the zoo crew, they're the people that I trust, I know, and stuff like that, that's different. That is something that's like, you know, you only get in through this way. And once she said hi, I would delete the video. Oh, Bill Anders. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of astronauts who are Navy pilots because if you can land on a carrier, you can land a space shuttle. Yes, I meant the flatties, Michaela, not you guys. You guys are far from idiots. You guys are the most talented and creative crew that I've ever been around. And you guys make this stream what it is. You guys help me to do this shit. Okay, do you guys want to hear? Oh, it's only a minute long. All right, let's hear what Bill Anders has to say. Let me transition this across. Let's see. Let me go to theater mode. Let me actually pump up the volume.
Pilot missed the wires. It was a straight deck carrier. All the other airplanes were up in the front. He missed the wires and crashed into about 6 other airplanes, which they just pushed over the side.
Jeez.
One day, the head of the Marine Reserve Squadron commander came out in his Gullwing Corsair. Looks over and revs the engine up and gives the okay, the salute, whatever they do, and off he goes. Well, as he went down the catapult, this wing came up.
Oh, shit.
And I remember looking over at this. He was just sitting in the cockpit. A pilot missed the wires. It was a straight deck carrier. All the other airplanes were up in the front. He missed the wires and crashed into about 6 other airplanes, which they just pushed over the side.
Yep. Oh, Jesus.
One day, the head of
Sorry if it's repeating. I missed the first part of this.
Squadron commander came out in his Gullwing Corsair. Looks over and revs the engine up and it gives the okay or the salute or whatever they do, and off he goes. Well, as he went down the catapult, this wing came up. And I remember looking over at this. He was just sitting in the cockpit. A pilot missed the wires. It was just
Holy shit, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, when we had the F-14 do the strike, I've shown the video here before. Let me see if I can find it again. We had an F-14 Tomcat do a ramp strike as it came in at night, and when it hit, it split off. The nose started going off towards the end of the runway or the end of the flight deck. And the Rio and the pilot both ejected. The pilot, I believe, ended up back into the wreckage where the fire was and ended up getting burned. And the Rio actually ended up in the water. It was just like they're both, the angle just that we had, the angle that they came out of was just enough that one was off the flight deck, one was back on the flight deck. It was crazy. Let's see. It's a ramp strike, not a ramp stroke, damn it. I think it was this one.
Eagle 102, drive left. Surveyor's minimum, call the boss. Call the boss, got it. Rock line slow, call the ball when you got it. We're just a little low. 419, Charlie, so it's now 82. Rock ball, 39. Coming down, hold what you got. Garage line slow, hold what you got. Coming up. Just a little low, little power. Coming down. Power, 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 power. Jack.
Yeah, I just realized that. Hold on a second here. Let me just speed it up a little bit here. The interesting thing is that when he's coming in, he's telling me he's a little low, but everything was fine, and he says, hold what you got, and all of a sudden you start hearing him yell for power. Because if you see the plane right now, you see it's moving all over the place. That's because the boat's moving, not necessarily the plane's moving. And you see the parachute come right back into the fire. And you'll see the crash crew right now come running up. I said these guys wear silver asbestos, and they literally just run into the fire. So the interesting thing about that is like where he lands is literally right outside the end of the flight deck on the waist catapult there. It's what we call catapult 3 and 4. My office is right there, and my berthing is right there. So when that hit, it's like obviously it shook everything. It's alarms going off. Everyone's grabbing. You're basically going to general quarters because you don't know what's going on. And you're grabbing everything, and you're going right to your, you go right to your general quarters station. Mine was in my office because we're intelligence. We're supposed to be typing up messages. We, could be getting attacked. We could be sinking. We could be anything. And, this is what our job is. And, yeah, it was crazy. I mean, it was absolutely terrifying. Just been on the boat, I think, a month or two. And that's like, surprise, welcome to the Navy. It's not all fun and games. It is deadly serious. But the good news is they both survived. The pilot had some burns on his body. His flight suit mostly protected him, but he did get some burns and stuff like that. They did get him out, and the Rio, I believe, ejected into the water. And the Rio, if I remember on that flight, was the was the Squadron XO maybe, or he was a senior officer or something like that. he was. But it's if you hear the audio and you watch him flying in, they're like, call the ball. You're a little low. Okay, keep what you got. Keep what you have. Keep what you have. Keep what you have. And then all of a sudden, you just hear him say, "Power, power, power," and it's like, as soon as these are guys on the boat, the LSO, the landing signal officer, he's the one who's calling the ball. There are other pilots who are standing on the back of the deck who are watching him coming in, and they're grading him as he's coming in, telling him what he needs to do because he may not be able to see it. And for him to sit there and start yelling power, it's like, as soon as you hear that, you have to immediately react. If you hesitate for one moment, forget it. Because even if you immediately react, who's to say that you're going to have enough power to be able to make up that difference, because it doesn't respond exactly right away. So yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was privileged to quite a few cool things, the harassing of the Chinese. Um, Submarine was actually one of my favorite ones because we actually had a hand in that. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Michaela, it's like, yeah, you think that because your plane broke apart and the front end kept going, that you're okay and you just get ejected into the water. But no, you get blown back and land in the fire. And it's like, holy fuck. Yeah, Rob, you're absolutely right. A Corsair wing folding at a bad time wasn't unique. The F4U Corsair was probably one of my favorite aircraft in the World War II era. It obviously had its problems, but like I grew up on Tales from the Black Sheep Squadron, and the other plane from the World War II era that I loved was the P-38 Lightning. So yeah. Unfortunately, it was not uncommon, like you said. What's the difference between general quarters and battle stations? Nothing, actually. General quarters is battle stations. So the call or the 1MC or the microphone that is throughout that the captain has that goes throughout the ship, it's general quarters. General quarters man your battle stations. So yeah, stand to. It depends on if it's a drill, it's a lot more mellow. When it's not a drill, not very mellow. And so who knows what gets said. I've heard F-bombs dropped on the 1MC that went throughout the entire ship before. It's the one thing I appreciate, as you can tell, obviously from this presentation, I love history, and I love naval history especially. And not just U.S. naval history. Like the Brits have a huge, naval history to back it up. Whether they were fighting the French, they were fighting the Spanish, they were fighting someone else, us, but some of the greatest sailors, some of the greatest names in sailing, as far as captains, commanders, come from the Brits. And I always had a huge respect for them. I don't always agree with during World War II, the bomber command, who thought that they can do, since they're descendants of Nelson and Hornblower and all these other captains, that they were that bombers doing celestial navigation was all they needed to be able to be put on target. Wasn't until the Butt report came out that they said they weren't even getting within 5 miles of the target most of the time. Like 90% of the time, they were missing by over 5 miles. Hubris kind of goes with that. a little bit of arrogance kind of goes away sometimes with that when you're dealing with. Look, the generals in any wartime are usually earned their stripes and their medals from the war previously. So, is it already outdated? That that begs the question. Yeah, so it depends on the so Monkey, in that case, it depends on the plane, depends on what's going on and stuff like that. So, planes have ejection seats, but like the ES3 that I showed you, it has like 2 seats in the back. So it's not like the same sort of ejection seat kind of mentality. No, Rob, I do not know that story actually. I do love the story about John Paul Jones stealing a tea platter from a British noble, uh, noble's wife, under the pretense that he may have wanted to return it later. It And actually, this goes for everybody, but especially for anyone who likes military history. If you really want an entertaining take on military history, but specifically like U.S. military history, there's a channel on YouTube called The Fat Electrician, and he was an Army grunt, but knows his shit. I remember when he first started, it was in like YouTube Shorts or TikToks where the green screen sucked, and he was doing them outside, and he was trying to they were like 3-minute reviews of different jobs or different squadrons or different ratings in the military. And he is by far very entertaining. He does a lot of good work, especially lately. Like a lot of his videos are now 40 minutes long. He goes into the heroes, the anti-heroes, the mavericks who do things differently, like Chin Lee, who was a battleship commander, and what he did for the Navy for the World War II and things like that. Monkey, I have heard that one. I'm big on maritime history. I actually, when I got out of the military, my idea was to go to Texas A&M and major in underwater archaeology, because I wanted to be the next Bob Ballard. I wanted to go find the next Titanic wreck and get the claim and the fame for it and everything else. And I figured, what better job do I have than diving every day, which I love doing, living history, doing research. Shit, to me, it was a dream job. Until I learned that it's all funded differently. And not as exciting. It's not Indiana Jones underwater after all. It's more like sit around and wait kind of bullshit. Oh, Rob, I think I know what you're talking about. Let me pull it up real quick. I think I remember what you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the ship, but I think I know what you're talking about, because Trafalgar was a different. Everyone's in here going like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" Um, all right, let me pull this up. All right. Let's see. Um, yeah, I'll have to. I'll keep that pulled up, and I'll take a look at that. Hey, look. If I'm underway and I'm in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and there's a mermaid out there and I'm getting some, by all means, look, there ain't a sailor on that ship who ain't saying, "I'm in," or would like to be in. Are you serious? Sorry, I'm just saving something I want to look at later. So let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was just looking at the lineup from the Battle of Trafalgar to see where the different ships that were there. Hey, Foxworth, don't kill the dream. Okay, look, I'll die happy. The sirens were worse, like Rob said. God, I'm acting like Mike. I keep fucking with my microphone all day today. I've been taking streaming lessons from Mike. Can you tell? All right, let's see. I'm going to start closing out windows. I'm going to get ready to hang up the call. We'll talk some more later on. I will. I might do one Saturday. If I do one Saturday, I think I'll do. There'll be maybe a little community stream. I downloaded a bunch of, or let me show you. I recorded a bunch of videos from that stupid ass behind the curve documentary of the Navy and sailor whistleblowers. And there's one guy in there that annoys me really fucking well. His name is Jay. He's supposedly an operational intelligence, which doesn't exist on a ship, but whatever. And his take on radar is so fucking ridiculous that it is hard to comprehend. And I thought maybe Saturday I might do that. We'll break out weekly STDs. We'll do things like that. I think I'll save the code talkers for next week at some point. So I might put something together for Saturday. I think it's going to depend on my schedule, what's going on and stuff like that. I've been on the HMS Victory, shockingly tiny for a warship and flagship, and I fell over the plaque that said Nelson fell here. So, Rob, I got to go on the USS Constitution, Old Ironsides in Boston. And coincidentally, that is actually still registered as an active Navy ship, and you can actually request orders to be stationed on that ship. However, your duties are going to be mostly cleaning, tour guide, stuff like that. But for someone like me, a history buff, dude, that would have been like my favorite duty in the world. All right, let me move you guys back over here so it doesn't look like I'm like looking out the window. There, now I'm back to looking at the screen, sort of. I should post a picture on Discord of what my desk setup is like. It's a little strange. I have everything for streaming and recording and editing like on one desk. And it's not a standing desk, which I regret. I wish I would have gotten that. And you know what? I'm gonna play some songs in the background because I'm tired of hearing me talk. I'm gonna drop the volume though. There we go. Tell me if that's too loud. But yeah, neg 20, that should be enough for the background. So yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be planned for this week. I think it's going to be Saturday might be game night. We do community games. We Rob, we play mystery murder trivia 2. We talk a lot of shit. Usually goes off the rails with inappropriate, risque behavior, but that's what we do here for Unfornicated. Encouraged. Let's see. So yeah, I think that's gonna be Saturday. I think we'll do Code Talkers next week. I still got to figure out what we're doing with DP and Mike to see if we can get those announcements up for the designs. If we do it, if we don't, we just put it up on our channel, call it a day. Working on some videos. I need to get them done. I've been procrastinating. Emma's been harassing me endlessly about them like I asked her to. And I keep putting them off because I don't feel like doing them. And the funny thing is not that I don't feel like doing them. I think I should just do them. I almost feel like I should do them in a live stream because it's easier for me to do that. But at the same time, I also feel like, well, these turn into 3-hour-long, tours, or I can probably clip it and make it an hour. But you have more control over a long format, and you can, edit it out and stuff like that, and it can be more easier to be used, from my opinion. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I just need to get them done. But we have but yeah, I got a few, well, I mean, I guess they're Navy-based. I mean, about patrolling the ice wall, catharsis 2, and the hull speed and physics and why it says that you cannot travel that fast. And then, so you got one on HARP, got one on satellites versus fiber optic cables, because somehow or another, 95% of the internet traffic being on underwater cables proves something. I don't know what it proves. Supposedly it proves something according to flat earthers. That the world's flat, I don't know. It doesn't. If you take the measurements, it actually shows that the world's a globe, but whatever. HARP is one I'm going to be going after. Oh, you know what? I got them all in the Discord. Hold on a second. What else were we going to do? Let's see. Oh, yeah, Monkey. Let me play that real quick. Monkey Cat Pepe made a song about the USS in Indianapolis. Turn it up a little bit. Yeah, so yeah, HARP Apollo 11 interview with the reporter. I really want to get that done and get that kid is doing. Yeah, debauchery is nice. Yeah, Rob. No, I hear you. I'm the same way. No, Monkey, you can always tell me check Discord. Oh, 5G. Some demonstrations for the Apollo zipper. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I need to get off my ass and start doing. For whatever reason, it's been taking forever. Sharks below with empty eyes and heroes left to unseen skies. And heroes left to unseen skies. Midnight fell with a watery scream. A ruthless tale tore through their dream. No rescue came, no beacon fire. Just the breath of sharks and a sea of ire. Ghosts of the deep, they cry aloud. Men were lost beneath the shroud. Sharks below with empty eyes and heroes left to unseen sky. Message sent, but the signal failed. A twisted game of human charades. No lifeboats left for the sons of the tide. Only screams that the deep could confide. No, I see. You can go ahead and drop it. Michaela, I don't have emotes yet because I am not a partner and I'm not monetized for even super chats. I need, I shit you not, 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours, I think. So I'm at 76 or 77 subscribers, and I'm at I think 150 watch hours, not counting with tonight's stream. So whatever tonight's stream ends up being. Yeah, bullshit. I agree. Icy, you want to send that one over? All right, let's bring this one back across here. Hey, look, when you fuck around enough, you get pretty good at like doing transitions after you do them enough.
Pulled up to the club, but I'm staying outside. Truth rig idling, speakers wide. Got signs I made.
Emma, I like the way you think.
Tape and rage, and a honey crawler sweating on the dash display. I seen the sky, I done the looking. Ain't no curve, that globe's just crooked. Don't need math or your fancy degrees. I got common sense and two bad knees. My feet don't feel, but my soul's alive. Diabetes be damned, I'll preach and drive. You call it nonsense, I call it the plan. NASA's just cartoons for the government, man. The earth don't spin and neither do I. Park where the sheep pass by, handing out truth in the cold night air, shouting at strangers who mostly don't care. You laugh now, but I've done my part. Printed these pamphlets straight from the heart. So if you see my signs, don't even try. The earth don't spin and neither do I. I go live where no one talks me down. Kill the chat if they clown around. Outside the courthouse with signs held high, but folks cross the street just to walk on by. You taking a pic, that means you're on board. Another recruit in the flat earth horde. You roll your eyes, that just proves me right. Clouds stay flat, I've seen the light. The earth don't spin and neither do I. I park where the sheep pass by, handing out truth in the cold night air, shouting at strangers who mostly don't care. You laugh now, but I've done my part. Printed these pamphlets straight from the heart. So if you see my signs, don't even try. The earth don't spin and neither do I. Engine hums while the dance floor shakes. I'm the only one here who ain't faking wakes. Don't need no meds, don't need no reply. The earth don't spin, and neither do I.
Icy, don't make me time you out, damn it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so we've been going on for a while. I sent you my newest one if you're feeling frisky. Tell you what, why don't we save that one for Saturday, because we're going to make that a frisky Saturday. You know, drunken debauchery, bring your vice, bring your alcohol, bring your weed, bring whatever, bring your water, bring your juice, bring your gin and juice. I don't care. Yeah, I think Saturday night I'm going to try to do one. Yeah, I think we're going to go over some of this stupidity from behind the curve, because I mean, I know it's math, and math is hard for flat earthers. I understand, but I want to try to make it easy. Like, let me describe it this way. Like, as most of us do, right? When we see these claims, most of us are like, this is wrong, right? That's it. It's wrong. No ifs, ands, or buts. We know it's wrong. But we also don't want to spend the time to actually like look it up, because we don't want to know how wrong it is. We know it's wrong. We might not know the exact details, but it's like, well, you know, planes don't nose over, and, you know, they never point their egg, you know, down, blah, blah. You know, take your stupidest flat earth one that you love to quote to highlight how stupid the claim is. And like, it's like, okay, like, for a plane to dip over, it had to be like, I mean, I forgot what the math was, and I could go look it up again. I don't feel like doing it. It's like 1.5 degrees or something stupid, right? So I'm like, it's not worth it. But some of these ones that I got from behind the curve, this guy was talking about radar, and he talks about how he was, you know, in radar and that it's classified. And I'm like, all right, well, it sounds like he kind of knows what he's talking about. But then he starts saying some of the dumbest shit. And I'm like, look, I'm not a radar tech. Now, I've stood watch at a radar station, because when you're on a ship, you get like this luxury of being able to, you know, cross train over different things. And there's certain qualifications that you take that kind of, we call it ESWIS, or enlisted service, surface warfare specialist. And what it is you know your ship up and back. You know everything from the engines on a carrier to the flight deck. You know everything from how damage control works to how the mess decks work. You know everything. And you have to go in front of this verbal board and explain it. So part of that is knowing how things work and going to these different stations, stuff like that. So when you go to these different stations, it's, you know, you learn about these things. So this guy's like portraying himself that, you know, he knows about radar and everything else. And he says some things that makes me think like he knows at least the rudimentary parts of it. But they bring him back on later in the trailer or video or whatever, and he's talking about like, well, how can a ship be moving, and how can we be talking to a plane that is 300 miles away? He goes, the angles don't work. Yeah, it does, because we do it all the time, and I can show you the angles. And then he's talking about radar, like, how can we get a fix on a target while a ship is moving? And I'm like, what the actual fuck? Now, I didn't want to do the math. So I thought I would do the math, because I was bored and I was on a conference call for work. And I'm like, let me sort this out real quick. I'm like, if a plane is 300 miles away, let me gotta find my calculator button here. Here we go. So if a plane is 300 miles away, right, and radar travels at the speed of light, more or less, right, it will take 3.2 milliseconds for that signal to be sent and come back. 3.2 milliseconds. Now, when you blink, okay, a human blink lasts between 100 and 400 milliseconds. Think about that. 3 milliseconds for the signal to travel 300 miles and come back. You blink at 100 milliseconds at its fastest. And he's saying, how can we determine the range to this target 300 miles away if the ship is moving? So I took, let's say, an Aegis cruiser, right? It's got a 300-mile radius on its radar. It does roughly 30 knots. So let's say it's doing 30 knots. Now, it could probably go faster, but the maximum public quoted speed is 30 knots. So then I broke out the calculator, and I'm like, let's look at this. And figured out at 30 knots exactly how far a ship that's doing 30 knots travels in 3.2 milliseconds. So, figure out the knots, figure out the meters per second, blah, 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 blah. So in the time for that radar pulse to leave the radar, go 300 miles off of a target and come back, this ship at 30 knots has moved approximately 5 centimeters, or just under 2 inches. I don't think that's a problem for determining range. I think we can kind of negate that and say, not a big deal. And the funny thing is he's swearing that this is proof that the Earth is flat. And it's like, dude, if you were in the Navy, I'm not denying that he's in the Navy, but I'm definitely denying he worked in combat, CIC, like the Combat Information Center. I definitely am going to question whether or not he worked on radar. And I'm guessing this guy was basically a bosun who painted the side of the ship. Now, I'm not decrying bosuns. We all have different jobs. We all have different specialties and everything else. If you're a bosun, great. If you're a hull tech, great. If you're a mess tech, great. We all have jobs. All those jobs need to be done to basically make the team work. But don't go telling me that you're a fucking radar expert and you understand how radar works when you can't even figure something out like that. Less than 2 fucking inches it traveled. But I don't know how we can measure that distance when the ship's going 30 knots. Like, oh, God. I get grayer every day, and I started to think it was my 14-year-old. I'm starting to think it's because I do stupid shit, like worry about conspiratards and what they do to our youth. Does that make me insane, or does that make me caring? I don't know. Both? All right. I appreciate you guys sending me those songs. We'll go ahead and look at those. I'll save those for Saturday on that one. All right. We are after 2 o'clock. I have been streaming. Well, technically I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've actually only been streaming for 4 because that first hour was to no one but myself. I want to say first and foremost, thank you to all of you for spending your time here with me, for wasting away a Thursday night and Friday morning, for listening to the presentation, for offering ideas for videos and live streams like this, and for all the help you guys provide, whether it's in chat or whether it's in our interactions on Discord or it's the help requests I have. As a community, the Zoo Crew is by far top-notch and legendary in my aspect of it. So, Rob, I welcome you to the family. Welcome to the Zoo Crew. You'll be able to vote on designs that we're going to be posting on merchandise, and we will be putting them on with no overhead on our various merch stores between the Drunk Debunk Show, Unfornicated, and DP Debunks. So we'll have those votes out soon, I hope. And all those in the Zoo Crew, you guys get to pick how you want to be represented. And we will make sure we get that stuff out and we'll get those designs done. But thank you for the presentation tonight. Thank you for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope that we'll do it again. Next up, not this Saturday, but next up for this historical series, we'll do Code Talkers, the Navajo Code Talkers. And I think, maybe I'll turn Ace High into a live stream. I don't know yet, but we'll see. A good night quickie. I really hope you're talking about putt-putt. Yes, Rob, you accidentally quoted, definitely accidentally quoted the MacArthur, but that's never a bad thing. Michaela can no longer wants anyone playing her songs because she has reached the pinnacle of plays on her channel. on Suno of 666. So we need a round of applause for that. By all means, if you want, and come visit Discord and join our community there. I am always in there, usually causing trouble and trying to wrangle the zoo crew as a zookeeper of sorts. Actually, Michaela's the only other person with the zookeeper tag. If oh no, CK has it too. The mods got zookeeper names before that. But yeah, you know what? It's been a great night. Thank you all. I greatly appreciate it. And let's exit out on, what do we want to play tonight? We have the Misinformation album. We have another blues version, or we have the 30-second quickie of the weekly STD report. You know, let's go with the blues songs. I don't really play that one very often. It's not that it's just not my favorite. I like the other blues one. But let's do yeah, it's gonna be an Unfornicated song. Wait, what is, I don't even remember what this one is. You know what? I don't care. I'll come back to that one. All right, all, good night. I will see you in the next episode.
Unfornicated, he don't fall for tricks. Wading through the cyberspace, dodging all the clicks. Lies wrapped up in candy glitz. It's a devil's pact. He fights back with truth attacks, keeps his mind intact. Scrolling through the madness, truth hides in plain sight. Unfornicated stands tall in digital fight. Clowns peddle poison wrapped in colorful disguise. Yeti battles are revealing all their lies. Whispers in the echo chamber trying to break his will, but he's got a heart that's stubborn, packed with iron and steel. Got no time for shadow games or their tangled snare. Yeah. Unfornicated, blazing through the web with flair. Scrolling through the madness, truth hides in plain sight. Unfornicated stands tall in digital fight. Clowns peddle poison wrapped in colorful disguise. Yeti battles are revealing all their lies. They think they've got him cornered, lost in endless posts, but he shatters all the mirrors, crushes all their boasts. Deception drones, they crumble in the light he brings. Unfornicated conquers, every scheme takes flight. In a world where falsehoods flourish, he stands his own ground. With wisdom as his armor, he silenced to their sound. Social media battleground filled with smoke and din. Unfornicated holds the line, never lets them Ooh.